Best. Hmm. Appears I'm having a bit of technical difficulties here, so you'll, you'll have to bear with me. Hey, Aiden. Don't worry, everybody. I am making sure that we can get this stream up and running properly. I tried to do this a little bit, but it just failed epically, so I've had to make a new stream. It just failed epically. And so that is where we are at. Okie dokie. So I think we are looking good. I think we're good. I'm not sure how to increase the quality of the video though, which is a problem. Well, no, that's fine. That's fine quality, I guess. Um, so basically, the plan. Why aren't they streaming? I don't know, TJ, but that is a problem we are not going to have to worry about because I am going to entertain us with Kerbal Space Program while we wait. Hey, Matt JL, how's it going? Are they going to move your own capsule? Are you going to move your own capsule on a crawler? No, but we are doing something Orion related. But first, what we need to do, what we're going to do is we're going to make an SLS. But not an orange SLS, it's going to be a Saturn V colored SLS. And I'll show you all how to do that. Very hyped for this stacking and rollout. To the moon. Absolutely. So first what we're going to do, we're going to take some fuel tanks. First, auto strut everything, obviously, because you know that's just a rule. I don't know why the chat isn't showing up on the live feed, but I can see you guys' chats down here, so I guess that doesn't matter. And yes, TJ, you are correct. Black and white SLS was superior aesthetically, which is why we are making that version. But I'm going to show you how to take complete stock KSP. The only thing I'm using is the Making History DLC, because I'm making history and breaking ground. But doing that, you can do a stock SLS. I can turn this awful looking contraption right here into the most beautiful rocket you've ever seen in your life. Watch this. First we go to flags, then we take some flags, go bam. Now these are a tad too huge. So we're going to make them smaller. And we're going to set them to a color. Saturn C5, that's the color I've named this contraption. And then we're going to use these flags to cover up all of this design that we don't want. And now it looks like we've got a liquid oxygen tank. Man, I've got headphones on and I'm listening to my stream on my phone. I've tried to turn the volume all the way down, but I can still hear my voice for some reason, which is really, really incredibly not fun to listen to. At least for me, because I have to listen to it as I'm saying it. Anyway, we're going to take this. And we're going to do it again. And again. And then we'll worry about that bottom bit later. And then we're going to slowly bring that piece in right there. Okay. Oh, I haven't been checking the chat. You know, I probably should do that. Okay. I'm still awake for Static Fire and Orion rollout. Ah, nice. It's 4 p.m. in Turkey. Nice. Turkey's a great place. I've never been there, but it is an aesthetically pleasing country to look at. The borders are very epic. The prospect of having a launch-ready moon rocket for the first time in 50 years is insane. Yes, absolutely. I really want those black and white racing stripes back on the SRBs. Yeah, well, there are going to be the roll markers. I would argue they aren't big enough. What aren't big enough? God, that sounds like Pilot Roll. Is that the YouTuber? I've watched a couple of his videos. Nice. Thank you. How you doing, fellow Orange Rocket fans? I, for one, am doing epic. JM Studios, realism overhaul? No, we do not. We do not use mods in this house. Absolutely not. We are a stock purist family, and we will have none of that heresy. Okay, and then I gotta just push these in a little bit further. Okay, that's good enough for me. I gotta raise this up, bring that up another bit. So that should be the liquid hydrogen tank, but I've got an even more epic idea. Because I'm going to raise that up. And what I need to do now, bring that down to there, and set the flag as black. Now what this is going to do is this is going to give us our little racing stripe stuff. Then we're going to change these to USA. And then we're going to flip them. Bonk. Then bring these back down. And then bring these back down. Now how about that? So far so good, I'd say. And now we got to push these in a little bit. And then push these in just a little bit. And bring these back up a tad bit. Or bring these down a tad bit, actually. And then we bring these guys up to here, because there's also racing stripes up here, too. And can someone go and look at the old drawing, the old original black and white SLS, and tell me if there was this white line up, this black line up here on the LOX tank? Because I can't remember and I can't look it up right now. It was there? Okay, so how's this looking? So far, so good, right? So I'm going to set this as the root part, and then we're going to put it over onto its side. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually remove these two flags from the symmetry, because we can now do, we can make this one say United, or does that say States? It does say United. Okay, great. But we just got to flip it. And then we can make this one, edit, set flag. This one can say States. Okay, come on, this is a bit ridiculous now. Okay, change of plans. I got to refix this. So we're going to do this. Okay, set flag as Saturn C5. And then remove from symmetry, and then set this one back to United. And then boom, now you get the little United States logo that's on the little tank up there at the top. And that's a bit too long. There we go, there's that. And now we've got a core stage in the works. Yes, we are doing the original SLS. Artemis 3 should launch a black and white SLS throwback to the Apollo missions. I would love a black and white SLS, but I doubt we're ever going to get that. The closest thing we're going to get is the white inner stage of the Block 1B. That's the closest. That's the only thing that's going to be painted white anymore. Because I think the EUS is going to get an orange coat of paint. Is not going to get any paint actually. It's just going to be the orange coat. And then here's going to be our engine section. Now this is actually a bit too long for the engine section, so we're going to do some part clipping and just move it up into there, and that's going to be perfect. And the next thing we're going to do is put a payload fairing right here. Bing, bam, boom. Fairing expansion, fairing staged, auto strut disabled, and then we're going to do a little thing like that. Auto strut disabled, blah, 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 blah. There we go. And then build this fairing. We shall. Bing, bam, boom. And then put that right up inside there. Maybe a little bit lower. Perfect. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, now that I'm looking at it, that hydrogen tank looks... Does that look too long? Or does it look like kind of just about right? That forward skirt is too short. There we go. That'll fix that. No, that's good. That's good. Okay. Oh, man, we got 17 people watching. Also, guys, if you got any questions you would like answered about Orion or SLS, just ask away. And if I remember to check the chat, I will answer them for you. Okay. Guys, I have a question. Could you consider the RCS as engines or similar or a bit of a different thing? Reaction control engines, I'm not familiar enough to be of any help on the topic. But I would consider them to be engines because they provide delta V and propulsion in a sense. That's at least my unprofessional opinion of the topic. And now these, you might be wondering, what are these? Well, these are the little sticky outy bits of the actual SLS. The real deal has this little thing. I don't know what the purpose of it. I think the purpose of it is to provide an aerodynamic fairing for the RS-25 engines. So that is what we are going to include as well. And now, last but certainly not least for this part of the stage, the beautiful RS-25 engines themselves. And we are getting absolute monster amount of delta V. Look at all that delta V we're getting out of this stage. Jesus, that's at sea level. We're getting nearly 5 kilometers per second and a thrust to weight ratio of 1.7. Hey Willis, why is Orion not some other name? Also, why SLS? That's a good question. I don't know why Orion is named Orion, but I do have a theory as to why SLS is called SLS. You see, NASA has a bad habit of naming things with acronyms. The Orion Multi-Purpose Crew Vehicle, MPCV, you have the Human Landing System, HLS, the Space Launch System, SLS, James Webb Space Telescope, JWST. They have a bad habit of naming things using acronyms. But most of the time, they're just placeholders. Most of the time. With SLS, I believe that... Now, let me be clear. There's no validity to this in any sense. But this is just my personal theory. I believe that SLS was merely supposed to be a placeholder name until a proper name could be chosen. And they just never chose a proper name. And it's been SLS ever since because nobody actually changed the name of the thing. That's at least my theory on what happened. Yeah, acronyms are getting worse and worse. Randomly pulling letters from different parts of a full name, just yeah, it really is. Could SLS and the Orion capsule evolve over the years? Yes and no. The SLS rocket has a set design that they are working towards, and that is the Block 2 vehicle. Once they get to the Block 2, there's effectively they're going to try not to make any changes to the vehicle after Block 2 because that's what they want. They want to hit Block 2 and then they're done. But that being said, they are going to improve the vehicle constantly as they fly the vehicle more and more, and they know the limits of and what it can do. They're going to start stripping it down. They're going to make it way less. They're going to make the engines more efficient. They're going to make the fuel tanks be able to hold more fuel. They're going to do all sorts of things to improve the vehicle. So even if the shape doesn't change, the vehicle will continue to evolve, so to speak. So here's our core stage so far. Oh yes, we need these little things at the bottom here. Do you have any idea about Block 2's next-gen boosters? Not a clue. Not a clue. No, I don't think anyone really knows what they are. They're just supposed to be better than the Block 1 and Block 1B. Let's see. Is this going to work? Because what I want is this little shape. Is that the right shape? Okay, guys, I'm going to have to stop reading the chat for just a second so I can go look at a reference real quick. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Why are NASA images always so low pixel? Come on, give me some more pixels, bro. But I think I see where they're coming from there. So it kind of goes like ding, dang, doom. Okay. Okay, I think I figured out what I got to do. So we're going to bring that thing right there. Then we're going to bring this thing right here. And then we're going to bring this thing right here. But more importantly, we're going to do that and that. You know. No? Wait. I got it. Okay. And then we just do that and that. Or that might be too big. No. Yeah, that's okay. So, if anyone's wondering what on earth I'm doing here, there's a little tiny piece of the engine section that kind of holds the LOX feed line, and I love accuracy in my rockets, and so that is what I am currently attempting to design right now. And I've realized that I can actually do this better with a different piece. So I put this here. And then I can bring this around down here. And then bring that back up there. And then bring this into here. And bing, bam, boom, there is that. Okay, now I just got to do that several times. Okay, and now I got to do it one more time, but first I got to push this in a little bit further. And a little bit higher. There we go. There we go. That's what I like to see. Cad pyros or virgin bowls. Bowl is actually kind of epic. It's because it's designed to address a lot of problems, not like typical things you think of when you hear the word problems associated with SRBs. I'm talking more about manufacturing problems and like efficiency problems that okay, first I need to bring these down a bit so I can kind of hide my little mistake there. But they're gonna use new composite materials, and they're gonna use new fuels that are more efficient, and they're gonna all around be better than the ones we're currently using. Anyways, this is where we stand so far. How does this thing look? Come on, guys, you know you like this. Look at how beautiful this is. Notice me, David. Okay, you have been noticed, Sunset Limited. That'll cost you $15. Okay, and now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do something epic. It's called making a bulkhead. Because I like bulkheads. They are nice and pretty and round. And they're all around just epic. They keep the pressure in and don't let the fuel out, which is very important when you're flying rockets. Okay, bing, bam, boom. Fairing staged. Auto strut disabled. And there we have it, a bulkhead. And now we're going to bring this bad boy down in here. And wow, look at that. Look at that. How you guys like that? Common bulkheads are pretty basic, but they are also very complicated, and sometimes they're not even worth it. SLS doesn't use any common bulkheads. It uses an intertank for the core stage, and then it has a hanging fuel tank for the upper stage, both on the Block 1 and Block 1B. Because although it does create additional weight, for the core stage, you kind of can't use a common bulkhead because the intertank channels the 7.2 million pounds of thrust from the solid rocket boosters. Those two solid rocket boosters produce nearly as much thrust as a Saturn V, just the solid rocket boosters. And so they have to channel they have to channel a Saturn V worth of power into this intertank. So you can't use a common bulkhead here. But for the upper stage, the reason they don't use a common bulkhead is, if I remember correctly, it offers longer performance. It offers more, not longer performance. It offers a longer duration stay in space because it keeps the fuels separate, so you have less boil off. Tis at least what I have heard. Now, there is another thing I want to recreate on this rocket stage. But I'm not entirely sure how I would go about doing that. Because you guys know that there's a systems tunnel that runs alongside the back of the core stage, and I want to make that, but I'm not sure how to go about doing it. If I did, would those work? Let me just see if this will work. This may look crazy, but there's a method to my madness, and we shall see if my madness is actually legitimately mad or kind of genius. Oh, I might be a genius. That would work for my systems tunnel. Oh, okie dokie. That is a systems tunnel. But our stage part count is 92. But that's okay. I ain't no stranger to a lot of parts. I have a Delta 2 that has 6,000 parts because I made it blue before before flags became a thing in the stock game. But I think I can make this better at the cost of more parts, of course. So this is going to cost me. This is going to take a lot more parts. Okay, I've even got an idea. Hold on, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm just not even paying attention to the chat. Also, can you use the same hydrogen tank on the EUS? EUS has the same diameter as the core stage, but it's not really the same tank. I've got an idea which is not silly in any way. You could become a VTuber as an expressive SLS with a pair of shades. You know, I wasn't exactly sold on this idea when you started out saying VTuber, but then you said shades. That might be a good idea. I'm going off-mask that thing like, whoa, put some arrow on the top bottom. Yeah, there's going to be arrow inside the engine section. Still not orange. SLS just looks weird now. Saturn-inspired SLS is what I live for. I am mixed on opinions. Do we choose the way of the Saturn, or do we go with the orange of the SLS? I like Orange Rocket. I am Orange Rocket. I am Team Orange Rocket. Of course. Hold on. If I ever stop talking right in the middle of a sentence, it's because I'm focusing on completing a task. So you'll have to forgive me. $104 parts. That's not that bad, especially for a stage that's this huge. Okay. Now let's see if my idea. Oh, did I auto strut? I did. Yay! Okay, I'm so happy with that. Okay, and now we bring this all the way back down to here. And now I'm going to do that. And that'll end the systems tunnel. At the bottom of the stage, at least. Now I need to enter it at the top of the stage. And that's going to be an interesting task because of the little thing I've got going on up there. So, aerodynamics. Let's try this. That works. That ain't bad. Well, actually, hold on. It might be pretty bad. Nope, that works. So we have the systems tunnel. Yay! And now, what I'm also going to do is the SLS has a bunch of wires that go all the way up the side here. To make these wires, I'm going to use struts. I don't know what these wires do. I assume they are electrical in purpose, but I am not a rocket scientist, and I do not work on SLS. Although I wish I was both of those things. Unfortunately, I am not, and so I cannot say with certainty what these are. And do these go all the way up to the top of the core stage? I think they do. I think one of them does. I think, yeah, that's right. There's like a couple of them, and one of them goes all the way up to the top of the core stage, while the others go to the intertank. Final tally for SpaceX FAA hearing tonight is 39 to 18 in favor of SpaceX. Good job, SpaceX. Now, let's hope you get that Starship working, and then we can start landing on the moon again. Okay, so I think these are actually too far apart. I need to put them closer together. Now, how's this look? This looks like an SLS core stage right here. What is the difference in the welding between the core stage and EUS tank? Why the weld confidence article? Okay, so EUS shares a lot of commonality structurally or metallurgically with the core stage. That's the main advantage of making the EUS the way they're making it. But the reason they got to do a weld confidence article is because they've just got to make sure that the welds they're making for this upper stage will work. But the weld confidence article isn't like anything major. They have to do they had to make multiple weld confidence articles just for the tanks of the SLS. They had to make one for the forward skirt, I believe. Or no, I know they had to make one for the LOX tank. They had to make one for the engine section, and they made one for the hydrogen tank, or half of the hydrogen tank. But with EUS, they aren't going to do all that. What they're going to do is they're going to make a few weld confidence articles that aren't really anything to big, if I remember correctly, but then they're going to go on to the structural test article, which will look exactly like a real exploration upper stage, and that should be occurring. That should start occurring sometime this year or next year, I believe. I'm not entirely sure when the production of the structural test article begins, but it has to be. It's going to perform a green run in 2024. And it's almost 2022, so like I would well no, that's the flight article that's doing the green run in 2024. The structural test article of the EUS is going to the Marshall Space Flight Center in 2023, so it really probably is going to have to start production really soon to make that. And I think I do need one more Strutley Dutley up here. Just one more to make the world work. And we'll bring it all the way up. So I think there's several that go into the inner tank. Well, there's one that goes up the forward skirt. I'm just doing this from memory. I don't have any reference up or anything. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't really care at this point. I also need to bring this systems tunnel in just a tad. And then I can bring it over also a tad. And that'll fix all that. And this is it. This is our core stage. Normalize light gas guns for hypersonic testing. I have no clue what any of that is. The only word I understood in that was hypersonic testing. I didn't really understand the rest of that sentence. Also, this needs to be up a little bit higher. There we go. Dang It's here, on a roll. Hey, Dang It's here, how's it going, my dude? I'm trying to figure out what else we can add to this core stage to make it look better, like more like the SLS core stage, but I'm not coming up with anything in particular. Make it orange. Absolutely not. Remember, orange rocket bad, so we can't make it orange, because we want it to be good. Also, does NASA ever plan on turning that stream on? It's kind of like we've been sitting here looking at a moon turning for the past couple of... How long is this streaming going? For a while now. So great. Oh, yes, fins. Fins. I know you're just joking around there, but I actually do need to add fins, because all of these flags are going to make this thing just absolutely go insane. So what I need to do is take the biggest space shuttle fins I can find, multiply them 8 times, and then turn the authority all the way up, auto-shred all of them, and then clip them inside the rocket. In theory, this should give me so much control authority that the rocket cannot flip out. Light gas guns is what NASA uses. Ah, okay. Make it blue. I don't have any blue images, but if I did, I would. But you know what I do have? Hold on a second. Ah, green run. Let's go. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We'll do that another day. SLS heavy, cursed or beautiful. Very cursed. What's even more cursed is that this thing has has 4 point. This thing is an SSTO right now. This thing is an SSTO, just as is. Look at how much delta V it's got in a vacuum, and its thrust to weight ratio at sea level is 1.63. Does anyone know what the thrust to weight ratio of the SLS core stage actually is in real life? Because I could totally use that numbers right now to give me a more accurate throttle setting here. Yeah, the stock KSP solar system is indeed a little whack. So I think we're ready for. Well, no, we're not. Hold on, everybody. First thing we need to do is put a pod in there. Now we are ready. What are we ready for exactly? The green run. Auto strut. Auto strut. Put those down there so we don't accidentally launch the rocket. And then we're going to save this as SLS CSW. CSW stands for core stage white, because I think I have an orange core stage somewhere else, and I don't want to mix it up. Save. And are you guys ready? I don't know how much STS core stage can put into orbit. Okay, it's around 0.9 or something. RS-25 do a lot of heavy lifting, but not compared to the SOBs. Okay, so basically, if you can find me the number for that, I can adequately place the throttle that the RS-25s need to be on. Anyway, are you guys ready for launch? Can I get a go, no go for launch? Go. Okay, that's the go, no go pull. Also, if you're enjoying this stream, make sure to share it on Twitter, Discord, everywhere you can, so that more people can join and more people can join us and have fun making a white SLS rocket. Because, as we know, the white SLS rocket is far better than the orange SLS rocket because it looks like the Saturn V. Okay, guys, you ready for this? First, I'm going to get us a better lighting situation because that sun is not helping me out here. There we go. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Main ignition. Throttle up. And there we go. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, we're flying. I don't know how this happened. Did you see me? I did not click space. I did not stage this vehicle. But, here we go. Just the Block 1 tour is at 0.08. Okay, I'll remember that for the next time. But look at this stupid thing. Wow. You guys want to go all the way to orbit? It's not going to be a very good orbit. It's going to be a terrible orbit, but we can go all the way to orbit. This is way more than 1.01. This is actually this is the thrust to weight ratio of 2. Look at that. That's 2. Now we're going to pitch over. The epic green run. Oh yeah, this is the epic green run. Those NASA nerds didn't even launch the core stage. With air control, be working overtime. Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't remember seeing this in SLS's green run earlier this year. Yeah, me either. I mean, I watched, there were 2 green runs. I didn't even see this once. And by the way, for anyone just now joining, remember this is entirely a stock rocket. This can be made in the stock game as long as you have making history, and yeah, pretty much just making history is all you need for this. Breaking ground is only robotics parts, and I don't think I've used any of those parts yet. So yeah, if you have the making history DLC, you can make this rocket. I think Artemis 1 is going to be streamed in 4K. I'm not entirely sure though, so don't get your hopes up. But I think that's what NASA's planning. Oh my gosh, the wiggle. These RS-25s are going crazy. Let's turn that gimbal down all the way to 17. I completely forgot about the first green run. Oh yeah, the first green run, I actually was able to... I think I streamed both green runs, I'm not entirely sure. Dude, look at how fast we're going. We're like a bullet, and we still got 2.6 kilometers per second of delta V. Good, wow. No, I didn't stream both green runs. I only streamed the first green run. That's right. But I remember watching the second green run, and you're right. It was crazy. Okay, we're going to go up to an apoapsis of 100 kilometers, and then I'm going to shut my engines down, and then we'll circularize once then. Actually, we can't, because we only have a 15 electrical charge, so we're just going to keep burning our engines until we deplete them. Did it happen yet? No, it hasn't happened yet. Once that coming upstream changes, then we're going to start watching that and move away from the Kerbal Space Program. I've never actually gone to orbit with a flat top. Well, this technically isn't flat. We've got a payload fairing at the top that simulates... Oh, whoa! What is going on here, engines? $11:30. Wow, what time is it now? Whoa, what is going on with my engines? Please stop. Dude, no way. No way. No way. We left the Kerbal system. We left it. We left it. Dude, we left the system. No freaking way. Do you think we could turn the core station to a low Earth orbit and into an interplanetary spaceship if we add nuclear engines to it and refuel the hydrogen tank and use the LOX tank as a what? You're not going to believe this, but I actually made a concept of exactly what you've described. I'll have to post it on Twitter and tag you, or I don't know what your Twitter handle is, so you'll just have to check my Twitter after the stream ends. But I'll post it there because I made exactly what you've described. And the answer is no. I don't think that's going to happen because the LOX tank, I've recently learned, the spray-on foam insulation is very toxic and it outgasses to the inside of the tank, so any people living inside of it would be poisoned. So you couldn't use the LOX tank as a habitation module. You'd have to have your own separate habitation module over here at the end. But what you could do maybe is fill up the LOX tank with some more hydrogen. I'm not entirely sure if that would work or not, but that's my best guess. But anyway, this is our core stage. It's not exactly in orbit. It's leaving Kerbal though. Look at it, so majestic. What does it outgas? Poison and stuff that you should not be breathing in. Look at that. That's beautiful. Okay. So, we did a successful test. But now, we have to get some propulsion. And, who am I going to quote here? Eddie Mercury, you said it was a 0.8 thrust to weight ratio at sea level. So that is what we're going with for this core stage. Now, do you know what the thrust to weight ratio of the entire SLS vehicle is? Does anyone know that? Guys? You there? Where'd my chat go? Oh well, I guess chat decided it wanted to leave. Oh well. Okay, so Eddie Mercury said it was a thrust to weight of 0.8 on the core stage. There we go. That's what we're going to use. But this is our core stage right now. And but the next thing I'm going to add is a coupler, a decoupler. It's going to go right there. Where is it? Well, first, can we just... I hate how fairings don't stay like that. I want them to just stay like... Uh-oh. Okay. Will this work? No. Well, maybe. Here, we can do this. Because this is where we're going to have the ICPS attach right here. But I also need flags. Because this is going to be the launch vehicle stage adapter. Or at least half of it. There's the first half. And there's the second half. And now, in theory, that is our launch vehicle stage adapter for the Space Launch System rocket. Right. Block 1B is 1.2. I think it was a little bit more than 1.2 or 1.3, wasn't it? I'm not sure, actually. NASA has at least 6 ESMs in contract, and NASA is also ordering up to 14 AJ-10s. So yeah, NASA has some plans, for sure. SLS launch cadence. Well, here's the thing. Why would we need to get a SLS launch cadence up if Orion's going to be staying at the moon for months on end when Gateway's operational? If you've got this thing at the moon for months, you're going to have people at the moon for months. So there's not really a need for more people, if you can, or more crews at the moon, if you can catch my drift. Okay, so that's that. This is our core stage. The next thing I'm going to make is the ICPS. First, I'm going to think about what I need to do here. How many parts are we at? 134. Not terrible, actually. That's a reasonable amount. Oh, ooh. I can make this a white panel, and that's going to make it all better. Oh, yes, much better. Oh, wait. Is that better? I'm not sure if that part's better. There we go. Okay. So it's got a little bit of clipping going on up there, but that's not really, I don't care about that, to be completely honest with you. Now, here's a question. In the original design of the SLS, these, well, hold on, I've had another thought. This is my stupid brain and changing up ideas and brain thoughts that it wants me to work on. First, I need to make sure that this is the correct diameter here. So that is the correct diameter. But the Saturn V had a weird little stage. Okay, so the white SLS, the LVSA was always going to be pure white, but the Saturn V had a roll scheme on it, and I kind of want to check out how the roll scheme would look. So give me a second. We're going to try this. First, I'm going to click Save, and then I'm going to start making this work. So this is going to be black, and then that means set flag. This, okay, first remove from symmetry. Oh, I didn't think about that. Let's keep going. Because I think I can fix that in the future. And then we can go remove from symmetry, set flag, make this black. And then remove from symmetry, set flag, make this black. And then if I go around to this side, this one, remove from symmetry, set flag, make this black. Remove from symmetry, set flag, make this black. And then this is black. And then this is also black. And then that concludes it. So this, I'm not exactly a fan of this design I have partaken in. So, okay guys, do you want it to be this weird Saturn V scheme or just go back to pure white? I'm leaning pure white. White, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to not save that, thankfully, and I'm just going to go back to the version where it was, just going to go back to the original version where I didn't mess everything up. So SLS CSW. There we go. Pure white. Everything is as it is, or as it shouldeth be. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually check something. So I'm going to open up my orange SLS, and just to see how much the Orion spacecraft weighs, because there's no way I'm going to remake the Orion spacecraft. Sorry, it's just got too many parts. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to see how much it weighs to see how much delta V I need to put in the ICPS to get that to the moon. So where is my SLS block 1? This is the block 1, and this is my Orion, but we will explore this more later. Shoot, nope, that was not the button I wanted to click. Shoot, what's going on here? Don't like the panels bending backwards. That's a nice SLS, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get this all to freaking not kerfuffle. Okay, so something's... Okay. Change of plans. It appears I've royally screwed up and just absolutely messed up my Orion ICPS thing. So, what we are going to do instead is we're going to just steal an Orion. Well, it's like one... Thank you, guys. I love that. Thank you. SSTO SLS? Absolutely. Here, I need to figure out what on earth I've done. You know what? No, I've got a good idea. We are just going to steal this entire upper stage from my actually working SLS. Name it SLS upper stage. That way I don't actually have to do anything. And then we can go back. Yeah, I was looking forward to the SLS Lego set too, but you know, can an SSTO technically still have stages? By definition, no. It's a single stage, so you can have one stage, but it can still have stages as long as it only takes one stage to get from the ground into orbit. After you've inserted into orbit, if you're an SSTO, you can light up another stage to go to the moon or anywhere else. You'll still be an SSTO because it's a single stage to orbit, but you've got multiple stages. Just one of them isn't helping you get to orbit. It's going somewhere else. Ooh, 152 parts. This is gonna be a doozy. So we're gonna make that the parent part. And there we go. We've successfully stolen an upper stage. Like Nicolas Cage over here, except we're not stealing important pieces of paper. We're stealing important pieces of rocketry. Now, how's this looking so far? What do you guys think about this? So now I have to make all of these things work. I hate how KSP just utterly screws up my staging. Like, if it could not screw up my staging, that'd be great. It'd be so fantastic if it didn't do that. But it does for some odd reason. Okay, so that engine fires, and then the payload fairing deploys, then the engine deploys, these engines ignite, then that goes, parachutes deploy, those and those. Okay. So we're looking good so far. What time should the rollout happen? I am not sure. What time is it right now? I think it's oh, we got a I'm not sure when it's supposed to occur. I hope it's occurring soon. Why else would the live stream be on? But we're going to still have fun no matter what. So I do not like these panels doing that stupid thing that they're doing up there at the top. That's uncool. So let's see if that changes things. That makes it look oh, no, no. Oh, thank you. I will do that. $11:30? Oh boy, we're gonna be here for a while. But hey, it'll be worth it because we're gonna be playing KSP and answering all of your Orion related questions. Okay, now we need some boosters. How many parts are we at? 286. That's a lot. That is a very lot. That's a lot of boosters. First thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to I'm going to make Orion the root part. So now I can put these bad boys on mirror symmetry. What is mirror symmetry going to allow us to do? Lots of fun things. The first is the most fun is we're going to put some solid rocket power on these bad boys. Man, these are actually very short. I didn't think they'd be that short. You know what? I got a better idea. Do you think SLS can launch before Q? Of course it can launch before Q2 2022. That's utterly insane to think it would launch after that. Like, I mean, I know I could potentially be digging myself a hole right now by saying that because who knows. But, like, the rocket is... We're literally... This live stream, the purpose of this live stream is to watch them take the final piece of the rocket and put it in the VAB. I mean, it's not even November yet. To think that there'd somehow be something that would push it past Q1 2022, I just can't imagine what that would have to be. That's just my opinion, though. But anyway, I've got an excellent idea. Let's do some pyros. What do you guys think about that? Meet the pyro. Bam, bam, ba-na, ba-na-na-na-na. So we got the pyros are going to go right there. And then the engine, or the aerodynamic nose cones, go on next. Well, first, I've got to lengthen this oxygen tank because I need some more length. Actually, no. There is already an analog to the pyro boosters in this game. What am I thinking? Boom. Twin bores are the pyro analog in-game. Now, what do you guys think about this? Look at this thing. Why was it delayed? I thought we were still on track for November. Um, it wasn't delayed officially. It's just NASA never really gives out specifics, you know, and so we're still kind of in the dark about when it's going to launch. Okay, I need to make. You know what, guys? I'm just going to do it again. I'm just going to steal another part from the orange one. I have no shame. I'm stealing parts for my rocket from my other rocket that I know works. I know what would a freak meteor. Don't that. I wouldn't. I don't know, bro. It's kind of. Oh, yeah, we are actually way too tall. Oh no, shoot, I've screwed up. Yeah, we're way too tall. Guys, we messed up. How are we gonna fix this? I think I've got an idea. If I can, because if I detach this, my struts and my fuel tanks and all of that stuff is gonna go kaput. So I am just going to bring that up. And that puts me at the correct length. Sure, some may call that part clipping, but I call that I literally can't do anything else. That was the only way I could fix this. Possible, when is it? Sometime in November is what I'm hearing. Maybe December, early December. That's just what I've heard, though. Those are just rumors and stuff. Not anything official. Oh, I gotta bring these down, too. Okay, now that that problem has been solved, time to steal a solid rocket booster. I don't like that the fairings just go away when I'm merging my vehicles. Does anyone know why that they go away? Is there any way to make them not do that? I think I remember this trick worked once. Huh. No, we shall not use a single mod. Away with this heretical talk. Why can't this work? I should be able to transfer fairing properties. I'm not having fun here, guys. you think increasing SLS production is a good idea? If so, how many a year? If not, why? I think increasing the production a little bit could be a good idea, but not too much. Because remember, Orion is going to be staying at the gateway for a long time whenever it launches. So you don't need that many SLSs per year. I think two per year max is pretty good. Steady. It gives you a crew. It gives you a steady crew capability to the moon. And other than that, if you're going to have more SLSs, use the rest for like science missions and fun stuff like that. But 2 a year is pretty good for me. What's not good for me is that these things aren't working properly. So Artemis 3 will be a rendezvous with Lunar Starship. I'm not sure. I'm not. Hold on. Make a landing. Artemis 4 maybe. I'm thinking it's the other way around. I think Artemis 3 is going to be a gateway mission, and Artemis 4 will be a landing because I mean, the SLS for Artemis 3, we've already got the liquid hydrogen tank. We've already got the Orion capsule for that. The service module's being worked on. The engine section's already been built. The LVSA, I think, has just entered production. There's so much hardware for Artemis 3, and gateway hardware is coming online too, but Lunar Starship is not really anywhere to be seen right now. And I don't think it'll be ready in 2024 for a crewed landing. That's just my opinion, though. Hey, can this game work? Pretty please? Like, what's the big idea here? Like, my fairings, come on. Let me see if this works. Maybe I can trick it. Nope, I can't trick it. Oh, it's so frustrating. Just let me steal this, please. I beg of you. Wait a second. I've come up with an idea. If I make this the root part, then I can I am so freaking smart. Where am I? No, I'm smart. Because, watch this. First, I need to take this SRB and do that. And there we go. But one may then say that this is not ideal. But now, hold on, how am I going to fix this now? Shoot, I've messed up again. Because I need this to be the root part, but it's not. I feel like SpaceX should make their own tanker station in orbit so that they wouldn't need many tankers going into orbit. That could work. I'm not a SpaceX engineer though, so I'm not sure. All I know is that I've done something completely wrong here, and I can fix it. Oh, I just figured out how I can fix it. Oh my goodness gracious. We're gonna do it, guys. We're gonna do it. This is it. This is it. So now we simply take the booster. And there we go. We have now attached it to a decoupler, which means that we can remove the decoupler up there at the top. So we don't need that bad boy anymore. Also, I need to remove these. Bring that in there. And then rotate these around. There we go, guys. There we freaking go. But I think so these two and then those two and then that goes, and then we got these guys and that goes there, and these go here, and we can auto strut. There we go. Guys, how do you like this? How do you like this? How do you like this? How many parts? 309 parts. A very party rocket. And she's accurate too, just like the real deal. Look at this. So let's make sure our staging is correct. SRBs, engines, separatrons, decouple, stage sep, payload, service module payload fairing deploy, service module ignition, capsule decoupling, parachute deploy, and then we get the abort motors up there at the top. Let's make sure all our action groups are correct. One stages the LVSA, or the and then that's going to activate our pair. Yes, we're good. Guys, are you ready for launch? Who's going to be our crew of brave Kerblaze? Kalong, Fiore, and Seaboos. No, we need a pilot. Fiore, I don't like you. Add top. No. Wait, no. No, I need this guy named Jebton. Jebdon. Okay, so this is my crew. We go to war. May your hammer be mighty. Launch. We might not lift off the pad, though. I forgot to change the thrust-to-weight ratio back. We might not be going anywhere. We shall have to wait and see. Okay, KSP, if you could hurry up, please, that'd be epic. It did not crash, it's just taking its sweet time. Meanwhile, I'm gonna check. Wait, no, it's loading. Let's see what our thrust-to-weight ratio is. 102. Not gonna do, so I'm gonna bring our throttle all the way back up to regular. Solid fuel and wire turnkey block. Turnkey and light fire. We're leaving Earth today. Yes, we are. T-minus 10. Lift off. Oh, I tricked you. I made you think there was gonna be a countdown. There we go. Look at this beautiful rocket climbing ever higher into the sky. The Space Launch System rocket fires her four mighty RS-25 main engines on her inaugural trip to the moon. Man, my computer is not handling this too well. One, I can count the frames. Good lord. I'm sorry for one. You know what? I think after this, I want to try a lunar starship. And then I can actually use my SLS Block 1B for a lunar landing using lunar starship, if I can make it work. I'll have to make it work for it. I'm not entirely confident it can be made to work, but we shall try. Are you streaming on the same computer for everything? That might be the issue. Yeah, that's the issue. You're right, that is the issue. I'm streaming. Oh, I need to pitch over. Uh-oh. Well, kids, this is what the backspace button is for. The SLS is SpaceX when the Falcon 9 does an RTLS versus NASA when the SLS does an RTLS. I hope we can see this thing crash into the ground. That'd be so nice. Everyone running to the bunkers. Look, there it goes. It's gonna hit something. I wonder if... No! Come on. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna miss it. There it is. There it is. Oh no! Don't go off the screen. Okay. Oh my God, we missed it. KSP, why do you do this to me? Why? There it goes. There's the explosion. We missed it because KSP doesn't like fun. I hate you so much, KSP. I hate you. I could have seen that and no. Yeah, I'm disappointed in that. We can conclude the abort works, the rocket doesn't. Yeah, that's pretty good assessment you got right there. Why? I wonder why NASA would start their live stream but with the intention of not actually starting it until 11:30. That's like honestly ridiculous. Ah, jeez. Okay, so yeah, this thing ain't working. How'd this happen? Look at this. You guys see this? How? How is this even possible, KSP? Fix your game. Oh wait, you're not updating this game anymore. Any hoozle, I'm gonna try to make a lunar starship. Let's see how we can do this. First, is that too con? Yeah, that's a bit too much con and not enough cool. There we go. That's a little bit better. You know what? Nah, I'm not gonna try to make a lunar starship. I'm just gonna have fun while we wait. Because what else can we really do, guys? Let's let's go to Duna. Let's have fun at Duna. Where's my rocket? Duna Exploration Lander. Now this thing is cool. Do you think they announce Artemis 2 crew once Artemis 1 mission is complete? I am not sure. They say live, but it'll be after the Orion has been safely moved already. I hope you're not right. Oh gosh, if they do that, I'm going to be very unspaghettied. But I'm actually, this lander that I've got here for Duna is pretty good. I like it. But I've never been to Duna with it, so let's do a Duna mission with it right now. Do you think they'll announce the Artemis 2 crew as soon as the Artemis 1 mission is complete? I am not sure. Did they announce the crew, the demo 2 crew before or after demo mission 1? I'm thinking it was in August of 2019 that they announced it. When was, well, it might have been, yeah, it would have been after demo mission 1. So they'll probably wait to announce Artemis 2 after Artemis 1 launches. Come on, Carablade, Blade, Explode, Blam. We're waiting very patiently, Carablade. Purpley, Blade. Okay. Let's please let Duna just automatically be in the right inclination. Why is there a space plane out there? Oh, that's the KSS Endurance. Oh, of course, Duna isn't in the right inclination. Time to cheat. Alt F12. Cheats. Infinite electricity. And time warp. Do 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 do. Okay, so I think we're nearing the Duna transfer window. We're getting close. I think this is about it. Okay, guys, we ready to go to Duna? Sure, let's go. Very big, powerful rocket. SLS with 9 boosters. So it's like a bigger Delta II. They've been sitting on the pad for months. Of course they're ready. Yep. Oh, yeah. They have been sitting on the pad for months. Quite literally. These guys have literally been sitting there for months. Who are your Artemis 2 crew picks? A big thing. I want to say Johnny Kim, but I know he's going to be on the landing, so I don't think he'll be on Artemis 2. I think Victor Glover is also going to be on the landing, so he's not going to be on Artemis 2. I'm not sure who my picks for Artemis 1 are, or Artemis 2 are, to be honest with you. Oh, don't flip out, don't flip out, don't flip out. Oh, don't break. Please don't break. Kraken, have mercy. Kraken, have mercy. Kraken, have mercy on my wretched soul. Do not destroy my vehicle. I feel like Joseph Akaba and Wilson might be a part of Artemis 2, as they were shuttle astronauts, just like Bob and Doug for Demo 2. That's been my speculation. That's a good speculation. Shuttle astronauts are going to be definitely used to launching on a vehicle like SLS. It's got the SRBs and the RS-25s. It'll feel pretty similar to a shuttle launch. So that's a very good assessment. Come on, can we pitch down, like, at all, Rocket? Thank you. Just stay here. Full screen Kerbal for the moment. I would love to, but I'm I'm only looking at my phone to see what's going on with the stream, and if NASA starts their stream, I won't be able to see that Kerbal is full screen, unfortunately. Yeah, you're right, Cripple and Crunch. But I think there is solace in knowing that the first Artemis astronaut will likely walk on the moon while there is an Apollo moonwalker still with us. So it'll be a nice passing of the torch moment that we'll be able to experience. Also, Jesus, do these SRBs plan to ever run out of fuel? 13 seconds. Yeah, we are going to make it to Duna. Absolutely no problem. There's so much Delta V on this vehicle. Like, watch, it doesn't know how much that it has. Is it 7,000 or is it slightly less than 7,000? Look at all these parts moving about. Go to little ding ding dang dong. Okay, stage set. Look at that core left cross. Put all here. There it goes. Now we can pitch all the way down. Why am I pitching all the way down, you may ask? That way I can gain horizontal speed, because I have gotten well more than enough vertical velocity. It seems we are pitching down a lot. I don't want to pitch down too much now, or else my whole vehicle will be ruined. Okay, there we go. And y'all ready for this? LAS deploy. Just stay at the 90, please. Just engines, work with me here. And we're almost going to make it to orbit, and we haven't even fired our massive second stage yet. Beautiful, thank you. No matter what order some of these astronauts from the first ever space flight will be a lunar flight, which is crazy to think about. Hey, what was it? Was it William Anders? I think his first flight was to the moon. So, yeah. Lunar rookie. No, it was Frank Borman, whose first flight was to the moon. It was either Frank Borman or Will Anders. I can't remember who. It was on Apollo 8. One of the guys on Apollo 8. Their first flight was a lunar mission. And we have, yeah, Bill Anders. Shutdown and ignition. My picks are Andrew Morgan, Josh A. Koch, Christina Wilson, Stephanie Diana, and Matthias Maurer. I've only heard of Christina Wilson, and I think Josh A. Koch. I'm not too familiar with the Artemis astronauts by name. if I'm going to be honest, and that's on me because I pay more attention to the big orange rocket than the astronauts. Sorry to any astronauts, but you're like tiny humans, and SLS is a huge rocket, and so it's a little bit more interesting. Someone should make an NFL draft styles. Yeah, that's funny. They should. Someone should do that. Jesus Christ! Can this rocket not stay on the 90 to save its life? Dude, stay on the 90. What do you think the F button is supposed to be for? F is supposed to make you hold your position. Okay, jeez. Jeez Louise. Okay. Now time to get ready for our inclination burn maneuver. Okie dokie. Artichoke. So I'm going to go ahead and deploy this payload fairing just to get it out of the way, and we don't have to use that much mass. And I'm going to go ahead and turn on the lights. And deploy all of our solar arrays. Mar just for the east seat. Ah, gotcha. And Stephanie is the most senior active astronaut. That's interesting. And now I'm going to go ahead and deploy them landing leggies. And now we just wait till apoapsis. So remember Canada. Yeah, Canada's going to have an astronaut on Artemis 2. Canada. 14 seconds, and then we can perform the insertion maneuver. What is that? That is KSS Columbia. Hey, Spaceflight X, how's it going, my dude? Two, one, ignition! Fun fact, of the Apollo astronauts, 10 were on their first flight. Nice. Not too bad. Good to hear, good to hear. And shut down. And now, we put a maneuver node back here at the back of the planet. And we aim it at Duna. Ooh, we get close there. Oh, come on, KSP, don't do this to me. Don't freeze. There we go. I need to get that. Okay, I guess I am going to have to spend a little bit more Delta V. Sorry if I'm very quiet right now. I'm just... There we go. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see that, though. I want to keep getting closer. Where'd the freaking thing go? Why does it do this? Just... There we go. No, don't do this. Don't you dare. This game never ceases to find ways to infuriate me. Like, what is this even... How? I don't understand. Oh well, I'll just have to work with it. And this slow rocket. Okay, so now we're about to go to Duna. T-minus 19 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition! Why is it wobbling? Stop that, please. Firing the engines. Artemis 2 will be more important than 3. Anyways, humans have not dared brave the expanse of Earth and Moon in over 50 years. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, we're running out of fuel in the second stage. And we can ignite the third stage. And so what I've done here is I like to give my Kerbals like the benefit of the doubt when it comes to whether or not they can survive in a cramped space for years on end. So I like to give them little habitation modules like this. And so what we're going to do is once our burn is finished, we're going to undock this thing, swing it around, and then dock it. And then what we're going to do is they're going to live in here and in the capsule for the duration of the mission. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use this engine to insert into Dunan orbit. And once we insert into Duna orbit, we'll undock this whole lander situation and land on the surface of Duna. Then we're going to ignite the engines, come back to orbit, dock with the habitation module, and we're going to ditch the lander portion after we've extracted all the fuel and put it into the second stage or the third stage. And then once we do that, we will ditch the lander portion and send this bad boy home, and then undock the module, the capsule, and enter into Kerbin's atmosphere at breakneck speed. I hope Artemis 1 gets good mainstream coverage and the hype regardless, but no question 2 is going to be bigger than Launch America. Oh, absolutely. Artemis 2 is going to be insane. And shut down. Let's check out the map of Duna. Is Kerbal frozen? Kerbal is frozen. Dang it, this game, it just... Oh. Okay, let's just keep going. Okay. We go. Do STS-1 next, but you do the original plan for STS and not the actual mission, RTLS. That's an interesting concept. Sure, I will consider that. Ooh, 24 minutes until NASA should be going live. But who knows anymore. So what do you guys think? You guys think we can land on Duna in 24 minutes? So we're going to click F and undock. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That thing has no command pod. We're screwed. Where are we? I think there's a way to save this. Watch my genius in action. Sublime! Excuse me, you're supposed to be getting closer. Okay, this is a slight problem. Okay, now. Come on, come on. Come on. Guys, I think we did it. And we didn't even... Oh, yes! We did it! We freaking did it. I just gotta control from here. And let's see if we can fix this rotation issue. Okay, fill me in on where we're at. Currently, we are on our way to Duna, and I just had a terrible docking accident. But don't worry, I fixed it. Apollo style for the win. Yes, Apollo style for the win. Except the thing that's doing the transmission and docking is is both the lander and the return capsule. Okay, bye-bye, Kerbin. See you later. Okay, so now I'm going to point normal. Actually, no, I should probably make it proper maneuver node. Because what I need to do is that. And then this. No, come back here. Just keep going down, 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 down. There we go. Make to that maneuver. And ignite the engine. Better than my docking attempts. Docking attempts are hard. They take a long time to work properly, but if you know how to do it, they're easy. I'm kidding. Even when you know how to do it, they're insanely difficult, and I hate doing dockings. But dockings do make my life a lot easier than not docking. Slam. Up we go, up we go. Perfect. Perfectus. Perfectus. And now we can reverse into here. And get down to a circular orbit for only 1 kilometer per second of delta V. To Duna we shall go. Ho, ho. Could you imagine if Kerbins needed food in this game? I would bash my head on the desk. Oh yeah, for sure. Although the challenge of having life support and food and having to care about the crew, that could present a very interesting gameplay. Honestly, I think there should be like a hard mode to Kerbal Space Program where you have to care about the crew's well-being. Like you have to plan for food, you have to plan for this, you have to plan for that, all sorts of stuff like life support. That could make the game very challenging, but also very fun too. Okay, and now we've entered into Duna's sphere of influence, and we shall ride this periapsis all the way down. Can't believe there's 11 people watching this. Thank you all. Oops. So we are now inside the orbit of Duna, or the orbit of Ike, and so I'm going to get us ready for Duna orbit insertion. Any plans for what you want to do when Artemis 1 launches? I am going to go see that launch, obviously, but I'm thinking I might want to try a live stream for Artemis 1. I'm not entirely sure, though, because I might just want to watch it. That's a bit selfish of me, but I might just want to just chill and watch the rocket launch. That's what I did with DM1. Oh, engine ignition! Engine ignition! Oh, what's that? Oh, wait. Now we ignite the engines. I could have sworn something just buzzed past us. Did anyone else see that? I don't think it was that, because that was hundreds of kilometers. That was 25 kilometers away when we saw it. When is the stream going to start for Orion rolling to the VAB? In about 14 minutes. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to land on Duna before Orion rolls to the VAB. Oh, shoot. Okay, we're good. We're good. Woo! I didn't know whether these were draining fuel or not. We're good. We're good. They have a hab to live in. See right here. I just haven't put them in there. I've had a career mode for about a year, and it isn't common to run a space shuttle. Yeah. Thank you, JM. Yeah, I always keep my Kerbals happy. They have to go on these insane, crazy, almost suicidal missions. I'm going to give them a place to like sleep. Least I can do. Yeah, me too. I hope that as well. You always bring them home. Yeah, we like to tell ourselves that. I think there are a couple Kerbals that are actually on Duna right now. Most of them are inside of a rocket that can return to Kerbin. One of them is just chilling on the surface with nothing near him. There's nothing nearby. Apparently trying to land the super heavy booster. Ooh, that'll be difficult. It's not, yeah, figured. Missing Kerbals? What missing Kerbals? We're almost in circularization. There's something down there. I don't know what that is, though. Let's find out what that is. Curiosity rover. Very nice. 40 seconds. And shut down. Our circle isn't very circular, but it doesn't have to be. As long as we are above the atmosphere, I'm happy. Now daytime. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to post this thing prograde, because this thing doesn't have any command control in it. It's all in the capsule, so I'm going to have to position it in a way that I can always dock to it. Okay. Undock. Okay, now retrograde. Ignite the engines. Let's see where we're going to land. It needs to be daytime, though. I can't do not daytime. I want to land right there. Now, obviously, I'm going to have to retract my solar panels right about now, but we're also facing the problem that we're not exactly the most aerodynamic shape in the whole world. So, to increase my aerodynamicness, I'm going to retract the landing gear, and I'm going to turn on my RCS. And hopefully, that should keep me stable in the atmosphere. Spin stabilize it. That's a good idea. Spin stabilize it. What's that? Duna Expedition Lander Ship Rover. No clue what that is. Oh, we got 2 Duna landings right there. That'll be nice. Three. Duna 18, Duna 19, and Duna 20. I can't. Oh yeah, I remember I did that. Now the problem here, I'm not sure. We need to have 15 meters per second, 15 kilometers per second of delta V to return to orbit. So 22 minus 15, that's about 7. So we can land with 700 meters per second. No less, though. I'm going to turn out my landing gear so that we can get some extra drag going here. Dragon rover. No clue what that means. Come on, let's get I'm trying to lead off as much speed as we can. You better at this than me. I've never done Duna. It just feels intimidating without getting the timing right with the orbit from Kerbin. Duna it took me so long to get to Duna the first time, but that's the hard part. It's getting there the first time. Once you get there the first time, you can get there the rest. Okay, I think I'm ready to start igniting my engines now. Oh no, I might have waited too long. Come on, slow down. Oh, we're getting mighty close to the surface. It'd be great to start slowing down. Oh, this is gonna be tight. This is gonna be very tight. Ooh, very tight, very tight. Oh man, that was tight. We're landing on a slope too, but luckily we got some pretty good landing gear on us. Why are we sliding? This is not how landing gear is supposed to work, game. I guess we're just gonna have to wait. Slippery hill, yep. Topping hazard. It's okay, we just gotta let it happen. I don't know why my freaking landing gear aren't giving me any grip. Is there anything I can deploy that can maybe stop this? No. Turn off, what's TW? Oh, we're slowing down. Maybe it's microbes trying to eat the ship. Okay, I think I got an idea. Oh, there we go. We're good. Doot, doot. And then transfer crew. Bing, bam, boom. You go to the airlock. EVA. Dun, da, 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 ba, da, ba, da, da, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da. And now we dab on the haters who said it wasn't possible. Yet we done did it. We done landed on Duna. With 3 minutes to spare. Heck yeah! Heck yeah! We did it! 3 minutes to spare. Wait, we gotta plant the flag. Orion live stream landing race. Bing, bam, boom. Donald Obama. And now we get back into the ship. Because that's all we came here for. Just to plant a flag that says Donald Obama. Rollout is now net midnight. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I just want to go to sleep. NASA, let me go to sleep. Please. Oh, Jesus Christ, I didn't mean to click that button. Oh, well. I did not mean to click that button, yet it was clicked somehow. I need to get into the right inclination. Oh no! Oh, please, 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 please. Oh, good. We're good. Insight lander. And we should have about 200 meters per second left to rendezvous. It always feels like you never have enough when you have more than enough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. While you're waiting for the transfer window home, you could have stayed on the surface. I didn't mean I was going to stay on the surface, but I accidentally clicked Z instead of um whatever button I was trying to click. Okay, there we go. 200 meters per second. Okay, now let's see. Actually, this ain't half bad. Let's see how long it's gonna take to rendezvous. Probably a while. They're getting closer. So what I'm gonna do at the periapsis is bring in those two. Oh, Okie dokie. Looking like NASA will finally start the stream at midnight. Oh, NASA. Okay, let's see if we... Okay, here's our new goal. Let's see if we can get home to Kerbin before NASA rolls out the Orion. And so now... And we should have enough Delta V to both rendezvous and dock with our lander. I mean, with our return vehicle. We absolutely cannot click space under any circumstance, or we will be completely and utterly lost. One and zero. What's our looking like? Okay. Let's see if I can get that any closer just by messing around with reaction. Nope. So we need 39 meters per second to rendezvous. Oh, shoot. Guys, we are going into the atmosphere. Duna's atmosphere, it begins at 50, right? Ooh, we might be having a bit of a problemo here. I'm going to have to point prograde. Not toward the target, toward orbit. So I can be as aerodynamic as possible. Because this is, Because I have made a major blunder. We went inside the atmosphere for this maneuver, so let's hope I don't pay for this with my life. Okay, looks like we've passed the periapsis and we should be exiting the atmosphere very shortly. Yep, atmosphere has been exited. Yay, we live. Okay. Uh, mm, mm, mm. Okay, we're about to rendezvous. Cannot warp faster than timestamp. Oh my gosh. Okay, game, come on, let's hurry up. Let's not lag. Do 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 do. Okay. And now when the target is going to get close, we're going to fire our engines one final time and rendezvous. How close are you gonna get? I think it's 1.2 is the closest you're gonna get. 1.2. Are you gonna go down to 1.1? I don't think you are. Oh, there's my first ever landing on Duna right there. Flaming sand. I remember that. That was a very sketchy landing. Okay, now we gotta kill off some more speed. And set the target again. I'm still here, just going full. I'm still here, just going full screen. Gotcha. And that's a base or something. Wait, why is there two things there? Oh, yep, there is a base there. Duna 22 and Duna base 2. There's a spaceship down there that's really cool that I really like. Okay, let's not hit the ship. Let's not hit the ship. If we hit that ship, we're done for. This is the concentration hour. Because this thing has no power, no control, no nothing. So this thing has to do all of the work. Okay, we're good. Come forward. And then stop. I didn't mean for the game to stop. I just meant for, like, the freaking RCS to stop. No, the whole game has to stop. There we go. Now point to the target. And we're docked. Now, control from here. And the fun part, we can get rid of all that mass. Bye-bye. Look at my beautiful spit, my shape. It all exploded, went everywhere, but luckily we don't need it anymore. Now let's come home. Hi, Arturo. How's it going? Say, why do I need so much delta V to leave? Oh. I see. I see why. I see the mistakes I have made. Wait, that's right. We're going this way. Oh, shoot. Is there any way, if I can brute force this, I would love to. Please let me brute force this. I have so much delta V. Let me do it. Come on, come on. Let's get a brute force go. Yes! We're almost there. We can brute force this. We have enough delta V to do this. Please let me just brute force this. Oh, I would love nothing more than to brute force this. Yes! Yes, it's going to happen! This is it. This is our mission. Why can't I click on the freaking maneuver node? Game? Okay, let's see what can get us down to Kerbin the closest. Oh, that gets us really close. Oh, we're going down. We're going down. Keep decreasing. Keep decreasing. Don't stop decreasing. You've stopped decreasing. Oh, ooh. That went all the way to 0. There we go. There we have it. If we fire our engines on this maneuver, we will enter Kerbin's atmosphere. Breaking news. SN20 static fire has been struck by the curse of Scrubtober. Yep. Been a fun night watching KSP. Can't stay up all night. Shame I'll miss the roll. Good night. Good night, Cage. See you later. Okay, we have to be perfect about this, though. Can't make any mistakes here. Because we have no, like, redos. We have nothing. We have to do this all perfectly. Hey, there's a space station. I'm not missing. I stayed up this long. Yep, I feel you, brother. I feel you. We're almost home. Is it? Ooh, we got 9 minutes before the stream starts. And let's see if we can make it home in 9 minutes. The burn is going to be about 4 minutes, about 3 minutes long. So we'll have 6 minutes after the burn is complete. Man, we are going to be booking it to Kerbin, though. Look at the angle we're going to be getting to Kerbin at. That is like literally we're going so low, and then we're going to swing back out. I mean, look at that. The arc barely moves. Do you think Starship will be able to fulfill the promises making? Absolutely not. You can't. There's no rocket out there that can fulfill all of its promises. Not a single one. Starship is not going to be an exception. There are going to be some promises that it is made that will not be filled. What those are, I can't say, nor do I want to make a guess as to. But I just know there's going to be something that it won't. There's going to be a promise or two that it won't be able to bring. That's just the nature of things. Man, look at this. The arc barely bends when it gets right next to Kerbin. Gravity doesn't. We must be going so freaking fast. 326. So it's going to be. It's 1 day. It takes us 1 day to get from here to here. Oh my gosh. One day on Kerbin is 6 hours. So it's going to be, that takes us 6 hours to get there. Wow. We're increasing our speed ever so faster. Let's make sure we're not crashing into Ike. We won't crash into Ike. We're good. Next thing we gotta do is make sure that our encounter with Kerbin is gonna be correct. I can confirm the Mun has no slippery hills. Nice. Oh, we're gonna come home, and it's gonna take us less than a year to get home. Oh, hey, it's Geronimo. Hey, Kerbal Engineering System. So our encounter should be lighting up anytime soon. There it is. So We don't have any reaction control systems, so I'm just going to put the throttle of this engine at the lowest setting. So I can get the finest control here. Well, shoot, this sucks. We should have more than enough delta V to get into the atmosphere from there. Time to leave. Time to leave. Time to leave. Duna. And we are going to come racing back to Kerbin extremely fast. We ain't doing no Harmon transfer. We're going right down to the sun and back. David Willis, what are you doing? We just landed on Duna, accidentally took off, and now we're coming back to Kerbin on the most insane trajectory I've ever done for a Duna to Kerbin mission. In the past hour, I've had one full bottle of water and starting another one. Why can't they just roll it out already? I don't know. They're supposed to roll it out in approximately 3 minutes. We might be calling it close, guys. I don't know if we're gonna make it. We're pretty much at the mercy of time warp right now. And we slingshot out past the sun, and we're gonna arrive at Kerbin very shortly. What is this? Oh, we got 2 Kerbin encounters. Nice. So if we miss this, we'll come back. We got 3 hours. Oh, yikes. Okay, so let's do radial. Let's do radial in. I think that's what we want. Oh, wait, I probably should have my engine all the way back up to full throttle. Okie dokie, it's time to come home. Oh my goodness gracious, look at how fast we are going. Guys, I'm not sure we're going to survive this. Okay, retrograde. Guys, we might die. I'm not even going to put it to you softly. We are going exceedingly fast. Like, I'm just going to undock already. Quickly, undock. And retrograde right now. I don't think fairings are going to handle this. I legitimately do not think they can handle this. We're going to be going so incredibly fast. Look at how fast we're going. We're going 6.7 kilometers per second. Dude, the second this thing hits the atmosphere, it's going to explode. I already know. Boom. There it goes. Come on, come on. Let's just keep spinning. Oh, gosh. Okay, come on. Up. Guys, can we get some F's in the chat? They were brave Kerbals, but they wanted to get home too quickly. They exploded over Antarctica. We didn't even. We made it 13 kilometers. We made it. We made it. We made it 12.6 kilometers down into the atmosphere. Yes, it will have those same TPS tiles, but they will be covered in a shiny tape. Let's see what exploded on our ship. Oh wait. Um. Shoot. Oh well. Now, it is now 12:02, and NASA still hasn't started their stream. I'm gonna go on Twitter and see if anything's up. Because I'll tell you what, guys, this is kind of ridiculous. Let's see. Guys, there's still no word on when this thing is going to start. Re-enter with the track. Oh, I don't have a quick save. That might have worked though. Okay, so um, I am going to go and take a quick break so I can grab something to eat. And but first, I'm going to do something real quick. I am going to check downloads. Let's see if I still have that image. If I do, I'm so using it. If I don't, I'm just going to not care. Hmm. I have it. Yes. KSP is also deciding to act up. So while KSP is having fun doing this, wait for the program to respond. So while I'm going to get me some stuff and things, that's going to be on our screen. This is the intermission. I will be right back. Taking my phone with me. Come here. Oh, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Oh, man. This freaking Orion, go away. Yes, remove image. Okay, okay, what are we looking at? Okay. Woo! I'm here. Okay, guys, I'm gonna do a bit of rearranging here. So I'm gonna put this guy off to the side here, this guy off to the side here. We're gonna delete that. Bye-bye. Come here, task manager. Let's kill Kerbal Space Program. Where's my headphones? Okay. Goodbye, Kerbal. You served your purpose well. Text. Orion is rolling. Where's my text? It doesn't work. So delete it. Bye-bye. I do have a Discord. It should be in the description of my video, but it's not. Gamers and friends and assorted geopolitical acquaintances. We are going to have a special guest on today's stream. That's right. We're going to have... Let me make sure he said he is... We're going to have Big Mike joining me. The original SLS guy. The SLS guy before I was an SLS guy will be joining us today for the Orion rollout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to his Twitter and I'm going to steal his profile picture and use it as my own. I love how they granted me mercy. I said, NASA, I can only stream KSP for so long. Please have mercy. And instantly they start streaming. Yep, Big Mike is coming. I just got to find him. Where is he? Where is he? Come on. Where's his profile picture? There it is. Saved. Oh, oh, shoot. I forget. I forget about that part. Apparently, if I leave it away for too long, it goes away. Okay, so we're going to put Big Mike down here in the corner. I'm actually going to put him over here. until he actually joins. Now, KSP, I thought I crashed you already. Does Task Manager not work on you? Oh my god, YouTube! Can you stop being unworking? Okay. There we go. We should all be good. Now I gotta set up the Discord thing with Mike. Um, okay, permissions. Private channel. Members. Add member roles. Giga Chad for now. Mephiles won't be able to join. I don't think Mephiles is gonna play. So, where is Big Mike? Oh, come on. Why is it doing this to me? My center actually has a part of Orion in our office. Nice! Jesus Christ! Come on! Just stay with me. Freaking, feed cuts out every time I click on Discord. This is ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous. Sorry, guys. You're just gonna have to deal with this until I can get this fixed. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of tabs. Okay. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. There we go. Next, you get Chad, create. Okay. Okay, guys. I think we're working. You guys can still hear me, right? If you can hear me, say hello. Okay. Now I gotta pull Mike in here. Guys, how many of you are watching my stream right now? About 17? Because it's funny, but there's not a single like on this stream. Not one of you has liked my stream. After all those hours of playing KSP and not a single like. That's so sad, guys. It's so sad. Wow. Wait, what? Why it's so 39 likes? Why does it show 0? Maybe I should refresh my phone. Oh, my bad. You're my bad. My bad. I see them all. I see them all. Okay, never mind. I sees them. Also, guys, how do you like my thumbnail for this live stream? It's pretty professional, isn't it?
Okay.
Is that Mike?
Yes.
Okay, everybody. Here is LCS Big Mike, or on Twitter, Universe Consuming Mike, joining me today with this live stream. Welcome, Big Mike. Now, I need everybody in the chat to see. Let me know if you can hear Mike, because I'm terrible at streaming, and I don't know if this is working.
I'm actually pulling up your stream myself now. So
Mike check. Yep, you're right, Max Slayer. Mike check. Mike check. Mike check.
Orange. What's your handle? Are you David Willis?
Yep, I'm David Willis. What's this? This is my, apparently I don't need this anymore. Delete. How do I get rid of this? That's right, I just clicked delete.
This, you were offline.
It says
Do you have an old account?
How many subscribers is that channel?
167 followers.
Oh, that's my Twitch. We're doing this on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, we're doing it on the one with the 1.19 thousand subscribers. Man, I made more. I can't believe I made more subscribers. I pulled in more subscribers on this stupid live stream than I did on my previous video where I worked hours to make that video. It was about dinosaurs and not about space, and so didn't get very many views. It was about dinosaurs. Didn't get very many. Oh, Mike, make sure to tweet out the video, the stream link, so people know to watch us.
I'll definitely do that. Give me a second. Weird to watch.
Dang, Jared Frankel is at the Orion. What a legend.
Oh, click, click, click. Yes. There, done it.
Nice. Man, that's so cool. Jared's actually at the Orion right now. He's right there. He's right next to it.
That is freaking cool.
Dude, I wish I could be right next to the Orion.
You and me both, man. Took them long enough, but you know what? Better late than never.
Better late than never, for sure, for sure. In fact, Orion is one of the longest running human spaceflight vehicles.
Centauri is spewing vapor? What?
Orion has been in development since what, 2009? No,
well, it depends on your definition. Since it got remade for the for the lack of a better program, it's just the SLS program when 2011 rolled around. I mean, it was still there, but they definitely revamped it.
The design was finalized more under SLS. But remember, SLS program only started in 2011, and the Orion spacecraft flew in 2014, so that's only 3 years. So the design had already been pretty finalized by the time SLS comes around. So
it was, that would be definitely, like, if you're looking at the Apollo program, the EFT-1 would be like the Block 1 we saw with Apollo. This is basically Block 2.
Right. But I'm talking about Orion. The Orion program, it still uses the same insignia as it did in Constellation. The Orion insignia is the same. So it is the same vehicle, same program. Just it's been around since what 2004 is when this was when the Orion NPC first started, right? NPCB
Yeah.
2004. So that it's now 2021, soon to be 2022. So Orion has been around for almost 20 years.
Which can a lot of people give hate for, but you got to remember, even the space shuttle was almost 30 years old by the time it flew.
Well, I wouldn't say 30 years. Space shuttle was about 9 years old by the time it flew.
If you go back to the heritage of like the X-20, the X-20 dinosaur, because that was, again, it was a very similar design. It was supposed to be a reusable space plane that would carry cargo into space. Not as much. It was a great downscale, but Orion has also seen size changes. Same goals, but different size changes. We even saw it had carbon fiber at one point. NASA really did throw everything in Orion. Everything.
Hold on. I'm typing something up for the video. So you can... Hold on.
But yeah, the chat wasn't joking. We have two major events going on at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, I'm not sure what's going on with Starship right now, but I know it's going to be 100% successful, whatever it is. Gosh, I'm trying to make this thing work. I just want to click the text and move the text, and then move the text over here.
You know what? If I'm gonna be up this late, I might as well live stream.
Mike, you're already part of a live stream, though. You're in my live stream. You're a guest in my live stream.
Yeah, but I want to live stream Kerbal. I mean, I literally just opened it because it gives me something to do while we talk. Because, well, Orion isn't exactly much of a hurry.
Yeah, I don't know. Looks like it's about to get moving. Is it moving right now? I can't really tell.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm going to say yes, depending. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It looks like the gap between that little outhouse-looking thing and the wall is
Shrek's little swamp thingy right there.
On the right side, yeah.
I don't know. I think it's staying still. I can't see it moving.
Put your cruiser like on the side of the wall. On the side of the wall and that little thingy, and it looks like it's narrowing. It definitely is. Maybe
I don't know, man. That's looking pretty still to me.
See, that gap is almost gone now. So either the camera is moving or it is, and I think it is. Are you kidding me? I can't have two things playing at the same time?
I know that. I know that feeling. That was...
Yep, we've had successful static fire.
Success? Static fire success? Hey guys, who called it? Well, I said it was going to be 100% successful. Did I not? Did I not? You can go back in the timestamp. Go back. I said whatever Starship's doing is going to be 100% successful, and I was right, as always. But I'm up. 100%. 100%. Now I know this is gonna. Okay. I hate that it does that to me. Like, why does it? Why can't I not X out of move out of OBS without this happening?
What's happening?
So whenever I click out of OBS, the Orion feed goes dark.
Look at it, OBS. That's weird. How do you have it set up?
I have no clue. This is like the second stream I've ever done with OBS.
Well, like, what, when you selected it, you had to select, is it like a display capture, window capture?
Mike, it is 12:40. I'm far too tired to try to fix this. It'll work.
Are you gonna kill the stream then?
No, stream's fine. I just can't X out OBS.
Well, you have to keep OBS open if you want to.
Right, but I can't like click out. I can't like click onto Discord, or else the Orion feed will go away until I click back onto Chrome. It's such a weird thing. I don't even.
Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but how many like when you click on OBS, there should be like in that not what is it? There's scenes and then there's another one. What's that? What's that second one? What are all the things on that second one?
Sources.
Yeah, that. I'm booting up my own OBS now, so I have some reference.
So for the Orion feed, what I've done is I've done a window capture, and so I've actually got the Orion stream in its own window, and I'm currently capturing that. Uh-oh, is my nose bleeding? This is not good. Nope, it's good. We're good. We're all safe.
Yeah, it's probably doing that because you're unfocusing the window. I'm trying to think what you could do.
Honestly, it's fine, man. It's fine. I mean, I can just chill here. Oh, you're right. It is moving. Jeez, but it's so slow, though.
It really is. I told you it's moving. And one thing you could do, just as a hint, try program capture. It's just a guess.
I think I don't want to. I think I've got everything pretty much set up the way that it's gonna work. I don't want to. I don't want to tempt fate. Let's just say I don't want to tempt fate.
Yeah. So is that video in the bottom right? Is that a little loop too?
Oh yeah, it's a little loop with just some fancy Orion animation. And the one in the upper right hand corner, that is a loop of my Orion spacecraft model. So what do you guys think? Do you guys like my little Orion? Chilling up there doing a spin, spin, spin?
You should deploy the panels, but also tilt it by like 45 degrees, like you see in all the animations.
I would, but this is a GIF.
You could still do that. You just rotate it on a different axis.
I mean, okay, yeah, I get you. I could do it, but
Big mic or small
I'd have to
mic?
open
Okay.
Inventor, and I'd have to open another presentation. I'd have to do an animation. Man, it's 12:40, man. I am too tired to do all that. We are just having fun watching. Oh, Orion is moving a lot faster now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it reaches almost like 10 miles an hour once they get up to the actual main road.
Oh, that's going to be nice.
50, but I'm expecting faster than this.
Dude, look at it. Look at it. It's right there. That is our spaceship. That is our lunar spaceship.
I know, that's so freaking crazy.
This isn't like a mock-up. This isn't like a Pathfinder. This is literally a spaceship that is going to go to the moon. For the first time since the Apollo program.
It was this close to having humans on it. This close.
It's literally this close. It could have had humans on it if they had installed the environmental glass life support systems. Literally. If those had been installed at the get-go, it was
like in hindsight, we could have done that because it was a big thing. We said no because we don't want to add delays. In hindsight, the delays from SLS would have made that moot.
But I'm wondering if we did that, would the SLS delays covered the amount of time it took to refit Orion with the environmental glass life support systems, or would the retrofitting add on to the delays? That's what I'm not sure of, because I'm thinking it might actually add on to the delays instead of being covered by the delays. And so I'm not entirely sure what. I can't imagine
it would be too great either way of the differential, because the choices and the modifications they would need wouldn't come after SLS. They would have, everything they've been doing has been concurrent so far, so there's no reason to believe it wouldn't be.
Right. But I mean, anywho, it doesn't really matter. The service module for Artemis 2 and the Artemis 2 crew capsule are both in the Kennedy Space Center right now. So, I mean, there's a crew ready, or not ready, but like crew capable spaceship that can go to the moon, currently being built at the Kennedy Space Center, right next to this guy. So, I mean,
technically we have Artemis 5 too, just saying.
Remember, Mike, we are live. Let's not discuss things that we probably shouldn't be saying out loud.
No, okay, no. This one is I know where you're going with that. I am allowed to say that because
as long as you're allowed to say it.
Artemis 3 is slated for Artemis 5 reuse. That is all I'm saying.
Oh, gotcha. Artemis 3 is for art. Wait, I thought Artemis 6 was the one that was going to be reused.
It's either Artemis 4 to 6 or Artemis 3 to 5. I can't remember. It's so far out, it's hard to keep straight anyway.
I thought it was 2 to 6.
Hold on. I know my MADS has it listed, so give me a second.
Okay, you check that, and I'm going to check the chat to see what people are saying. Sorry, guys, we're ignoring everyone. Hey, Dodo Digital. Hey, Rocketillo, Crunch, Dale, Zetis, Adrian, Aiden, NASA Photog, Dale L. Sorry, we have been ignoring you guys. Let's get... Okay. Here's what we're going to do to make things fun.
According to what I'm seeing, it's Artemis 3 and 6.
Hey, Broken Soap. Artemis 3 and 6? Okay.
Yeah, and the Artemis 2 is Artemis 2 and 5, according to my my data sheet.
Nice.
Yeah, so Artemis 4. Okay, yeah. Seeing as that one's not mentioned, I think I'm going to stop there.
You want to do questions? Because I think that's what we can do right now. Let me see if there's a way to pull up people's questions.
To be specific, I can't remember I think the avionics are set for to be 3 to 5 reuses, but I think the airframe is only set to be reusable. I think twice.
Oh, the airframe.
If I remember correctly, yes.
Because it was weird. Museum, right?
Orion is definitely funky like that.
But yeah, this is technically, we are watching a reusable spaceship right now. This is a reusable spaceship.
As far as I'm aware of, this uses the next gen, or let me rephrase this, the Block 2, quote unquote, modifications that came after EFT1. So in theory, there is no, as far as the airframe goes, there's no reason why it couldn't be reused. Other than that, they'll likely tear it apart.
Yeah, they're going to tear this thing apart, but it's technically a reusable spaceship.
Yes. Just a mere matter of where's she gonna go after she's done. I really hope she stays.
After she's done with Artemis 1, she'll go into the ocean.
Yeah, but then they'll recover her.
That's what you think. Dun dun dun.
Please don't become the next.
I will become the next of whatever thing you want me to not become. It is destined. It will be put on display. Where are they going to put it on display?
Yes.
Right? Oh, they should put it right next to EFT1.
I know
they should put it right next to EFT1. What did you say, Mike?
I said I know it's not going to be reused, although it is technically reusable. It's just where is it going to be on display? Because you're right, EFT1 is already at the visitor center. Are they going to add another one, or are they going to
should
EFT1 somewhere?
That's right. Orion. Okay, Artemis 1 Orion, I think, is going to the Smithsonian. Is that correct? Can anyone confirm that? I think that's what I remember. No,
I haven't heard anything about it.
No, they didn't. Mike, check the stream.
Yeah, that was some. Well, what?
Check the stream. Look what they've done.
Wait, what?
I don't understand. I don't. We were looking at. It was right there. The Orion spacecraft was right in front of me, and now it's gone.
Makes me wonder if there was a snag and they pulled the plug.
They better not have. I'm gonna go complain to management about this. Off to the Bluebird app to type the word bruh really, really long, and everyone's gonna know what I mean for some reason, because human language is simple like that.
Sure that everything's fine, though.
Well, NASA's Kennedy Space Center is tweeting. I'm gonna tell them to bring back the live feed.
Wait, what'd they say?
I don't know. They just tweeted a picture of it. Caution! Spacecraft approaching. Orion is on the move. The spacecraft is currently being transported from the launch abort facility to the iconic vehicle assembly building, will be made with the SLS rocket. Watch live. And of course, when you click the live feed, it just says coming up.
Maybe they're moving the camera too. Bear that in mind.
That is also a possibility.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to come up with conspiracy theories. That's,
No,
I mean,
coming
there's
up
a
with
lot of
conspiracy
multiple
theories is the
layers of
best part.
conspiracy.
Man, Orion is so shiny. Oh my goodness.
It really is.
Wait, where's the worm?
Uh,
Oh,
I,
it's on the other side. Wait, how is this possible?
Dude, there's like there's like four different Orion meatballs and worms literally all
No,
over
no,
the
no, Mike,
spacecraft.
Mike,
They
you
have
gotta.
it on the bottom. They have it on the bottom of the spacecraft adapter. They have it on the far
Mike,
side, the front side. They have it on the actual what do you call that? The foil, the silver foil. They have it everywhere.
Mike, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the fact that they've got a meatball and an ESA logo on the backside of the Orion, but there's only 3 service module panels, which means. Never mind. I'm too tired.
What do you think it was split in half?
It might. One of the logos might be split in half. Yeah.
It's possible. Just paint them, put them together, paint it as one giant sheet, and then you just split it in half and problem solved. Certainly would help with identifying which panel is which. Also, if I remember correctly, they should have already added the dummies. Just saying. So
Yeah,
that's
dummies are probably already inside.
yeah, I actually thought they would do that later.
Well, I mean, think about it. It's gonna be kind of hard to put them in when it's on the rocket. So it's
Well,
probably
they
good to
are
put 'em in now
they
when you do
should
all the
still
science and
test
stuff.
the crew access, so they'll have the ability to get on Orion.
Right, but it's probably gonna be more difficult when you're 300 feet above the ground than when you're right on the ground. If you need something, you can just walk over to the tool bench and get it. Versus, you better hope there's a toolbox up there.
Well, I mean, from what I hear, the elevators aren't exactly short on space, given they're built for astronauts and their bulky spacesuits. But again, I mean, it's
I mean, who really knows?
so
We're just armchair rocket enthusiasts. Oh, little Orion's back. Orion is back.
Ooh, I clicked back just in time.
It definitely looks like a different camera angle. Why do they have to do this so late at night? Like, come on, guys.
To be fair, doing it late at night poses lower wind and lower moisture. Plus, I would also maybe even argue lower temperature fluctuabilities. Plus, the ultimate kicker, lower traffic, even at the Kennedy Space Center.
Although, I bring to you Ascent Abort 2.
That was a mock-up. This is a full spacecraft. Not only that, but they're also wanting to take full precautions, obviously. Not to mention, you got to remember that still carries a failed module on there. They don't want to push it any further and risk more damage.
A failed module?
Yes,
What you say?
yes, it was redundant. I know. But point is, could they do it in the day? And they probably will. But right now, this is the best giving the weather. You can't really in Florida. You can get better than at 1 a.m.
Right.
There we are. Right there.
Yes, probably best. Probably for the best. All the gators are asleep. Man, look at that thing. It's so cool. I wish we could get more camera angles from like the sides of it. That's what I really want to see is the side, not just the front. Or at least have it moving at a significantly faster pace than what it's moving right now.
So like, do what the OLA does and just roll over a camera.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness gracious. How long do you think this is going to take?
Given its current rate, like I said, it probably will get faster once they get it further clear of the facility, but I would not be surprised if we're here at 2 a.m.
Oh, so only an hour more. That's not bad. That's
Well,
what time
no,
I
I
want to sleep
wouldn't
normally.
be surprised if we were here. I never said it would end, just that, they would still be rolling by 2 a.m.
Mike, what time do you think it'll be over?
it honestly depends. Like I said, it's hard to say. It depends on their top speed. If their top speed is 10 miles an hour or 15 miles an hour, it'll be 3 times faster than if their top speed is, say, 5 or 2 miles an hour. I don't know what they're doing now, obviously.
So how far is the launch abort facility from the vehicle assembly building?
That's the catch. I haven't been able to find it, and if I think I found it, I think it's about a mile or two. Not far, but it's like near the. It's either near the shuttle launch facility. It's somewhere south of the VAB, so they've got to make a short trek. It's not hugely far, but
And so if they're traveling at 5 miles an hour, that's going to be about, or let's say 6 miles an hour. It'll take about 20 minutes to get from here to the VAB at 6 miles an hour.
okay.
My math could be completely wrong. I'm not even.
Okay. Also, bear in mind that would also probably be, um, how the bird fly miles, not including the curvature and the bends of the road.
Right,
So
right.
maybe bump that to 3 or 4 miles. I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably correct.
That's
Mm. Let's see. What else can What else can I stick on top of my overly saturated live feed?
according to BirdCam, it's 5.7 miles.
Ooh,
6 miles, 5 miles an hour. So once they're out of that, about 2 hours. Okay.
2 hours to. Ooh, wait. So wait. I thought you said it was five. It was 5 miles, and this thing's going to travel at 5 miles an hour. Wouldn't that mean it would just be 1 hour?
Don't ask me math. So
I will
4 hours.
ask you math.
NASA footage.
Ooh,
According to NASA footage, they say 4 hours.
4 hours.
Oh, plus slow door injury.
Oh my gosh. Four
That would put it at 4 or
hours.
5 a.m. You think it's bad for us? I feel bad for the freaking people working.
Dude, yeah, okay. If I were working on this thing, you couldn't make me go to sleep. But I'm not working on this thing, and I have the day
But
off
to be
tomorrow.
fair, we're hyped because we don't get to see this every day. Now, say if you were a certain person named Barry, this is your job. Well, okay, maybe not him, but
Dude,
there
I was
are.
about to say Barry is definitely very excited about this right now.
Oh yeah, but again, he's I don't know.
Everybody's excited. Well, Mike, think about this. The last time this was even seen was in 2014.
No, well, okay, hold on. See, this 2019 with the Cinabort, of course, it wasn't real. I mean, it was just a mock-up with a real launch abort system. But something looking like this came out.
Oh, they've got a time lapse of it rolling out of the facility.
You been on Twitter?
Yep, Exploration Ground Systems.
Hey.
And then Orion spacecraft has tweeted they have left the facility.
It's well, as far as a map goes, it's going to its one of its last 3 homes: VAB, Launchpad, Atlantic Ocean.
No, Pacific.
Pacific, I couldn't remember. I even started questioning that as I said it. To answer your question, Dale, and I figured NASA footage that you were referenced a photographer. True, EFT1 was not a mock-up, but anyway, you have some long days and nights. I can believe that, NASA photographer.
Dude, this picture is
to answer your question,
amazing.
Dale, there are living facilities at the Space Center. Now, I don't know if everyone can have access to them, but, you could literally, there are living places there for the employees.
Can't believe this is gonna
Yeah.
be for 4 hours. 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. I'm not sure we'll be able to go to 5 o'clock in the morning. I kind of would like to get at least a little bit of sleep tonight. How long do you think we
So
should go for,
what I'm
Matt?
probably going to do is I'm just going to leave the stream open on my Twitch
What?
for easy access.
I didn't catch that. What'd you say?
I said what I'm probably going to do is just leave the stream open on my Twitch.
Ah. What time? How much longer do you think we should? I'm not staying up till 5 o'clock in the morning. So, how much longer do you think an adequately streamed stream should stream for streaming? About an hour, 2 hours more.
I would say maybe it depends on how long it gets them to be on the straight roads. Because you can see if you look at the sides, there's not much on this side of the space center. So once they start to get into the darker areas, that'd probably be a good point because it's just transit. The next big event is arrival and entry into the VAB, which, as we know, are 4 hours away.
Yeah, that's true. We'll wait till then. That's a good point.
Somebody's climbing up to inspect Orion, it looks like.
Ooh.
Or at least one of the things around Orion.
Man, I can't wait for them to stack this thing on top of SLS. It'll look so beautiful.
Really hope they follow up on my request.
Mine too. I just need that footage because pretty much all day tomorrow before I have to go to school, I'm just gonna be finishing SLS Rundown episode 2, and then all I need is just footage of the rocket. Put that in the video. Upload the video. I can upload the video the day it gets stacked if they release the footage, and that's what I need. So if anyone who can make it happen is watching. I don't think anyone is watching, but anyone who happens to see this, if you can get the time-lapse footage of the Orion stacking onto the SLS and make that priority in the PR flow, I would be very appreciative of that because then I could put it in my video.
So what's your personal timeline for SLS right now?
I do not have a personal timeline. My personal timeline is whatever NASA says. If NASA says it's tomorrow, then it's tomorrow. If NASA says it's in 2027, it's 2027. I believe what NASA says.
Okay, well, I support that. However, I still keep a rough timeline, noting that I understand that circumstances change, things happen. That said, my personal timeline, I've literally held this since about April. I said that, back then, October was still a unlikely promise. It was mostly November, December. And basically what I said back then, my rule of thumb was, if Orion arrives in the VAB, I never said stacking, just gets into the VAB, they're that far along, then a November launch would be possible. And I've just been ever since. Obviously, we missed August, we missed September, but now that's October. I still hold to that.
Nice.
So I say, January, no later than March, but January, February. That's my in brackets.
I have heard anywhere from between April and December.
I assume you have that backwards, December to April.
Yes. I've heard anywhere from December to April, from reputable sources who I trust.
Yeah.
So, obviously December is best case scenario, nothing goes wrong. And April is,
exactly.
I assume April is worst case scenario, everything goes wrong.
Exactly. And that's a big catch.
I don't hold anything. I just whatever NASA says is what I believe.
Exactly, and really, right now, the biggest two delays that we'll see are stacking, wet dress rehearsal, and ab launch. Those are the only real delay factors because everything else is, if an issue pops up, say during testing, they can fix that relatively quickly. The wet dress rehearsal will require large documentation, maybe problem tech trees like we're seeing with Starliner. It can get very complicated very, very quickly. But we've been moving all through these milestones where we could see similar delays, and we just aren't. Everything's just moving so smoothly. I think the only issue during stacking I heard about was with the LVSA. Literally, of everything so far.
I mean, what was that issue?
If I remember correctly, it's something like the fitting, or like they had to adjust it or something to get it fit flush with the core stage, something like that.
Ah, gotcha.
And to answer, I don't know if Cass.
Oh, I haven't even been checking the chat. That's my fault. My fault, guys.
Yeah, I don't know if he was asking me or you. Cass 6A.
I don't know what anyone's asking because I wasn't paying attention. I'm so sorry, everybody.
He asked, when do you think Starship will fly? And again, my answer will most certainly be different from yours.
Starship will fly, and when it does fly, it will be 100% successful. That is my official answer.
Your optimism will never cease to amaze.
Hey, have I been wrong? No, not once.
SN11.
SN11, did you see it explode? I didn't. How do you know it exploded?
Well, I mean, typically rockets don't just, fall into pieces, for no reason. Typically.
I didn't see a rocket fall to pieces. I just saw a bunch of trash rain down from the sky. It was clearly just God was throwing out his trash or something. Heck, maybe Zeus got tired of, I don't know, Apollo just leaving his junk around and just tossed it out. Who knows where that stuff came from?
Maybe Zeus was getting tired of, or maybe Apollo was tired of us throwing trash on the moon and threw our Apollo trash back at us.
Who knows, right? I mean, I saw a rocket go up, but I did not see a rocket come back down. So clearly, the only thing we can conclude is that SN11 was 100% successful because we didn't see anything happen to it.
And Zeta's asked if anyone remembers that stupid fake article that claimed the stage adapter fell off the core stage. Okay, context: the person who made that article, it is a known parody site.
Dude, they put my name in it as Swavid Dillis, as the chief designer, and I was like, "Oh, that's so nice. I like that."
Mm-hmm.
So that was a funny article, but I didn't see the video that was made.
And I especially like how even Berger recognized it and had a chuckle at it, which means not only recognized the name of the parody,
how I found out about it because he said Swavid Dillis, nice touch, and I was like, "Whoa!"
It shows that you really can stick it to the man when he knows you by name.
Oh yeah, hi Berger, if you see this, big fan.
Yeah, that's a big thing about him, is that I don't like him as a journalist, but I will have to give him a lifetime of appreciation because of his biased writing. It is inspiring to me.
Here's my honest opinions about Eric Berger. Dude's a fantastic journalist in every single way except for his reporting on SLS. I just try to ignore everything he says about SLS and just appreciate the other things that he has to say. But it's just sometimes it gets a bit tedious with the SLS stuff. Like he says the same things about SLS over and over again, and it's because I know he can be a good journalist. I've seen him do plenty good with other companies and stuff, but it's just the constant bashing on SLS. It's just like, please, man, stop. You've said the same stuff so long, and it's so annoying. But other than SLS, he's not that bad. He's pretty good, in my opinion, in everything except for SLS content.
Just you can keep seeing him make the same complaints and bringing up Starship over and over again. And it's not just SLS. His Blue Origin content, he throws in the same stuff. Granted, it's more warranted since it's a commercial company.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real though about Blue Origin. I love Blue Origin, but I mean, some of this criticism is kind of warranted because I mean, like New Glenn, the program starts in like 2012, and it's 2021, and we have a Pathfinder mock-up, and that's pretty much it. Like,
Yeah,
look at something like SLS. It started in 2011, and it's now 2021, and there are 3 SLS rockets right now. We've got 1 in the VAB and 2 at Mishu. I mean,
yeah, that's
Blue Origin, you're funded by the richest man in the entire world. Well, the former richest man in the entire world. Like, I want to see New Glenn fly, and I love Blue Origin. I love what they're doing, especially because it means that the world of reusable rocketry is not dominated by a single entity, which I love the fact that there are multiple players there. But you gotta build the rocket, guys. Come on.
Exactly, and here's the real kicker to me, and I've been saying it for a while. Even if New Glenn, let's assume New Glenn launches tomorrow, it is an antiquated rocket in an antiquated market. It will still fail, even if it launches tomorrow morning.
Well, Mike, I don't think that's fair, because let's think about it like this. What other options are there for a commercial rocket of that size? If it launches tomorrow, the only competition it has is Falcon Heavy.
One compound word. Starship. By the time New Glenn...
hold on, Mike. You said if it comes online tomorrow, it's antiquated. It's not, because the only competition it has is Falcon Heavy, and Falcon Heavy can only in reusable mode can only put up like 32 tons, 50 tons if you do really like hot like landings at the drone ships. Whereas New Glenn can do 45 tons just as a reusable vehicle in its normal configuration, and it has a massive payload fairing too. So I'm not sure I would say it's antiquated just yet, especially when nobody else is pursuing a reusable vehicle of that size, other than Starship. And
yeah, well, it's just like I said, the costs, from what I've heard, are a little less competitive. That's a problem. It's maximum where it operates its best regime is somewhere between high-end Falcon 9 and mid to low-end Falcon Heavy. So if you need a super light payload, Falcon 9, Atlas, or Electron would even be on the table. But if you need something heavier, if you want to go to, say, deep space, it's still not competitive because Falcon Heavy has superior deep space performance. You've looked at the Delta V chart or the C3 charts, it drops like a rock the further you go.
Oh yeah. It's very bad for deep space. That's like what Vulcan can do better than New Glenn at deep space, if I remember correctly.
And that's not even without. That's even without aces.
Okay, so apparently someone is saying that the speed is set for 1.2 miles per hour. There's no way we're staying up that long. I'm going to sleep at like 2:30 or something. So guys,
yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna leave the stream open once I finally get whatchamacallit open.
Yeah.
How long am I going to set this up?
You know what? I'm happy with this. I mean, we'll stay till 2 o'clock. We'll stay till 2 o'clock. But at 2 o'clock, I think I'm going to be closing the stream. But because there's absolutely no way I'm staying up 5 hours. I want to go to sleep. This is the only time you'll ever hear me saying I want to go to sleep, because I've just been up for too long. I stayed up all night last night watching HBO's Rome. Very good show. Highly recommend it. And I didn't sleep at all last night, because I didn't realize that there was going to be an actual live stream that I needed to get some sleep for. And so... Ooh! Exploration Ground Systems got a great shot of Orion with the moon. Very small moon, though. A very pixelated image, because my phone won't load it.
How do I get this into its own?
I wonder if I can see Jared, because Jared's supposed to be over there. Look for someone. See if you can see anyone in a blue shirt, because that might be Jared.
I see red, I see black, and I see a half dozen silhouettes.
Darn. Jared, if you can hear us, if you're watching this stream by any chance, walk in front of the camera so we can see you.
Is he bright blue, or is it like a dark blue?
It's kind of like a Duke blue.
Because as they walk around, I see somebody in what looks to be gray. Yeah. But, yeah. Oh, see, because that guy working on the machine near Orion, he kind of looks blue depending on his angle. But that could be like the camera. No, that looks more black now. We constantly have people walking out of the facility, so it's very possible we could see them.
Yeah. Man, Orion is such a beautiful looking spacecraft.
He really is. About.
But it's going so slowly. Oh my god. Guys, someone needs to tell the SLS Orion program managers that slow and steady doesn't literally win the race. Not all the time.
It does have its limits.
Yeah. Typically, when the tortoise is going faster than you, that's when slow and steady starts to lose you the race. The tortoise is pretty much the tail end of that kind of thing. The tortoise can beat the hare, but if you're going slower than the tortoise, man, you're not gonna get very far.
Then again, you also don't want to, don't want to rush that hare because, well, you don't want the hare to fall over and damage, or the tortoise to fall over and cause billions of damage.
Nah, man, that's exactly what you want. You want the tortoise to tuck in its head, tail, then you spin it like a Mario Kart shell, whack it right into the tortoise, and then you can cross the finish line. Until the guy behind you blue shells you and
Orion spins well. The only time Orion spins well is when Lockheed makes that gif of it.
Dude, I was kind of, like, salty when that happened, because I pointed that gif out ages ago, and then everyone found it and was like, oh, wow, look at this gif, look at this funny gif. And I'm like, I can't believe this. I pointed this out months ago and got no credit for this. But so yeah, that's my saltiness for today. That's my salty jealousy take for the day. Blah. Dude, exploration ground systems. Orion, post more pictures, please.
It's like 3 more live streams, please.
What's an EIS?
EIS. Where's this?
It's something Eric Berger tweeted. Comments to about 2-1 in favor of SpaceX. Opponents want a full EIS. What's an EIS?
I'm guessing environmental impact survey.
Oh, how long would that take?
Can you, let me see, where's this? Jonathan Powell, TL, no. Yeah, once I see it, I can give better context.
We are currently in a brief pause, everybody. The Orion has stopped moving. Although, couldn't really tell. Sorry about that.
There is going to be something really interesting because I don't know if you've been following my SLS NASA account, but when it came to... Okay, never mind. I saw a satellite and apparently it fell over and, yeah, that disturbs. Anyway, I don't know if you've noticed, but on my account, whenever I post updates in regards to Artemis 1, it's always SLS update. Our Orion update. There's going to be something really magical that's going to happen soon. I'm going to have to call it Artemis 1 updates.
Yeah,
because
nice.
It's going to be one vehicle. Everything that happens is to the vehicle.
Nice.
That's going to be a magical moment.
Until after the launch, and then you can only go back to Orion updates.
Oh yeah, I have an update post I'm going to post tomorrow when everyone's awake. And yeah, that's literally, it's already in there. It's going to say, in reference to Artemis 2 and 3, yeah, I'm going back to that until they're stacked too.
Man, I just can't wait for the SLS to be fully stacked. That's just going to be such a beautiful image that I can use as my phone background for a couple months.
Fully stacked. I think as great as Artemis 1 will be, I know that Artemis 2 is going to be one to shake the nation because it's going to go from, Artemis 1 is still, I can still see how some could have the same kind of standoffish feeling as, like it was another Ares 1 again. Yes, I know, go have your hype. But they'll feel like it's just another Artemis. It's just another Ares 1, it's a one shot. But once we do Artemis 2, there are people. That's going to be a huge, it's going to have a much bigger impact. And I wouldn't even be surprised if Congress suddenly, just spills their entire pocketbook.
Dude, Congress has been spilling their entire pocketbook this whole time, man. What are you talking about? They just literally they gave Aerojet Rocketdyne $561 million to develop some more engines. I'm just looking at this like, man, yeah, I just love it when Congress just gives NASA like so much money.
Yeah, but instead of just Aerojet Rocketdyne, they'll also maybe fund spacesuits, because it would be really cool to see NASA spacesuits, not some cheap SpaceX ones.
Honestly, I like it when NASA makes their own things, because I'm like it's NASA. Everybody loves NASA. I love it when NASA makes their own stuff.
And here's the big problem.
The only exception I have is when ESA makes the service module. Y'all do great work, ESA. Keep up.
Exactly, but here's the big thing about contracting out the spacesuit is that the It's the XEMU has been so heavily tested. It's just a simple case of it has been min-maxed. All of the aspects cannot be improved upon because NASA has spent 20 years finding those improvements and advancements.
So why aren't we? Wait. So what's the problem with the XEMU then? Are we not using that?
It's expensive, and Congress hasn't funded it yet. Without money, they can't build them. If they can't build them, they can't launch them to the ISS to test it. It's a huge chain of, well, we need to build them, then we have to test them, then we have to build the ones for Artemis 3, and they don't have money. No money for it, no spacesuits. So instead,
how much money do they need?
Well, they need to have, I think they said 2 for testing, I think, and then you still have to have another, at least 2, maybe 3 or 4, however many are going to EVA on Artemis 3. So you have to have at least 6, maybe more.
Well, how much money is it going to cost them?
If I remember correctly, the initial cost was expected to be around $500 million.
Bro, that's easy money. They literally just, I just said they gave Aerojet Rocketdyne like $500 million to work on the RL-10 engines for the exploration upper stage. Like, why can't they just cough up that money? Come on, Congress.
To answer you, Dale, as I understand it, the ILC Dover is making the XEMU, so I don't know if there is a competitor. I thought they were the manufacturers. Point is, it's a great suit. It's literally perfect. It's just expensive. It's the only issue. And yes, that's where I think that Artemis 2 is going to potentially shake the tree enough that the funding will finally fall.
I think Artemis 1 will be that sure. I mean, Artemis 1 is literally going to shake the entire planet. Like, or at least it's going to shake all of Florida. So, I mean, I think that's going to be a heavy, like, okay, we're back. It's time to start funding this stuff.
Like I said, there still might be some hesitation because if you think about it from someone that's less, involved or hyped about it, it's just another Ares 1. I mean, just 20 years later.
Ares 1 was different, though. It was the best rocket ever, first off. But second off, Ares 1X, it wasn't a full rocket. It was a shuttle. It was a single space shuttle SRB with a bunch of stuff on top of it. If you want to think about, if you want to simplify this rocket down to its simplest form, it is a space shuttle solid rocket booster with a bunch of stuff on top of it, and that bunch of stuff is in the shape of an Ares 1.
Yeah,
that's what Ares 1X was. But this is literally a space launch system. It's not a different rocket in the shape of an SLS. It's literally an SLS. Like, this isn't just an Ares 1X kind of situation here, even though Ares 1X was the best rocket ever made ever. It's real. This is a real rocket that is going to go to the moon.
Like I said, I just feel like there's going to still be some hesitation. It's a human. You got to remember. I can't remember who said it. Maybe Carl Sagan. I can't remember. No, Stephen Hawking. I'm pretty sure Stephen Hawking. He made the comment that Space exploration isn't what interests people. It's the human element. It's the human factor. And once we throw that in, that's, we're
That's a
going to
good
hit.
point. That's a good point.
So, again, we'll have to see. The good news is the new info offers and NASA wants to text EMU to the technical review and do XEMU. XEUVAs instead with no police text XEMU past text. Wait, what? XEVAs? What the heck is XEVAs? It must be a different design I haven't heard of.
I've never heard of an XEVA.
Yeah, that's XEMU. That's literally the evolved version of the EMU they've been using on the space station for decades. And that's part of the problem is they need to have new spacesuits for multi-purpose. They need not only for Artemis, but they need them for the space station and space stations in the future because the ones on the ISS are at or exceeding their design lifespan. So they are in dire need of new spacesuits. The commercial version they want to do landing private company. Oh, so basically XEVA would just be the, SpaceX spacesuit, for example.
Ah.
Yeah, which, again... Oh, yeah. No doubt. But here's the thing. I've always said it, is that there are two outcomes. Artemis 1 works, and it's the greatest feeling we ever see, or Artemis 2 explodes, and it's going to be one of the biggest explosions in the last 40 years.
Artemis 2?
Artemis 2, I have...
No, you said Artemis 2. I'm just making sure. Did you mean Artemis 2? Artemis 1 is not going to explode, and I'll tell you why. There is so much at stake if this rocket explodes. If NASA even thinks that there's a hint that this thing could explode, they're going to stop the launch and destack the whole thing before they ever let this thing get close to exploding. If there is even a little tiny switch that goes don't launch, they're going to stop the launch because this is literally the entire space agency's existence right now is predicated on this one rocket. This one rocket is the keystone that puts everything else in its place. If this rocket fails, Orion can't get to the moon. You lose funding for Orion. You lose funding for Gateway. You lose funding for HLS. You lose funding for CLIPS. You lose funding for lunar exploration, for Mars exploration. You lose funding for so many things if SLS doesn't happen, that losing the first SLS is an impossible event. It will not occur. They would rather take this thing to the pad, find out that something's about to go wrong, halt the launch, bring it back, find out they need to completely disassemble the rocket, put it back together, and then take it to the pad again before they even get it close to destroying this thing. There is too much riding on this rocket for it to explode. There's just simply too much.
Yeah, and I totally agree is that the likelihood is extremely unlikely, and I can't emphasize enough, it's extremely, but sometimes things happen, that's why spaceflight is still considered a learning experience. We haven't learned all the hurdles, and sometimes something outside of our knowledge happens. And in that event, like I said, base explosion in the last 40 years since the N1, so it's still a win-win in my mind. But you're right, and I agree. The risk is way too high. And not only that, but everything's been tested. Everything.
Literally, there is not a single thing on this rocket that has not been tested, flown, or... Okay, actually, there is one thing that has not been tested or flown. There's one piece of hardware that has no testing experience and no flight experience. No service module flew on the ATV. The forward skirt for the SLS core stage and the launch vehicle stage adapter. Actually, no. Launch vehicle stage adapter was tested. No, just the forward skirt. The forward skirt did not have a structural test campaign. It has never been tested.
Forward skirt. There
was no structural test article. The first one they made was the flight article. That's the only piece on this entire rocket that has no flight experience and no test experience. This is the first time this thing will ever experience anything of any caliber.
Core stage. Yeah, you're right, because I have inner tank. I don't have...
There was no forward skirt. They planned a forward skirt structural test article, but They did stress testing analysis and determined through computer models that it was going to be so well designed just on its own that it didn't need a structural test campaign, which is good. It's obviously good. It says, okay, it's so good we don't need to structurally test it. But the fact that it hasn't been structurally tested, that is the one thing. Also, the boat tail, but the boat tail really doesn't have anything to do with anything because it's at the bottom of the rocket. It doesn't support anything.
It's already been proven under the majority of its flight loads, thanks to the green run.
Yeah, green run. So boat tail never tested. Well, it was tested in the green run. Forward skirt never tested. It's never had any loads. It's never had any flight loads or any stresses on it. The only stress the forward skirt has ever held is the ICPS and LVSA right now.
Yeah, and to answer Aiden's question, will it roll? Kind of. It'll roll like the Saturn V. You don't really see it, but it does actually roll because that allows it to get into the proper inclination and heading on the proper trajectory. So will it? Yes. Is there going to be like the space shuttle on bottom? Obviously, it's all in line, so no. But yes, it will roll. Almost all rockets actually do. Though I don't think United Launch Alliance does anymore, but I know they used to. Because
Delta IV Heavy, actually, Delta IV Heavy does something weird, though. It actually goes like sideways.
Because ULA has some, they have all those programs using the facilities for like the high altitude winds, and they put that into the calculations into the flight computer, and I know SpaceX is great and all, but there's a reason why ULA is, insanely accurate and reliable. They take it so much into account and add it in live data updates that it's no wonder why they're so reliable. To answer CDSX Box's question, are we still looking at a launch this year for SLS? We've heard your opinion. I'm going to say highly unlikely. Well, sorry, maybe 40%, 30% likelihood of December. More likely a 70 to 80 of 70 to 80% in January. Yeah, it'll probably look similar.
Yeah.
The big catch about the shuttle though is that the shuttle was going to low Earth orbit. The SLS is not only not trying to incline, is not going into the same inclination as this ISS. But it's also not stopping at low Earth orbit, other than to park. But, it's definitely trying to put itself into a higher energy initial orbit.
Right. The core stage is actually going to be going faster than orbital velocity. It's going at like 28,000 kilometers per hour, or 28,000.
Which is close to roll, yes, rotate, yeah.
28,000 meters per second or kilometers per second? 28,000 kilometers per hour. That's how fast it's going.
And people wonder why they can't reuse it.
I still need to make my SLS reusability video part 2. I need to do that. I really need to do that. I shouldn't have.
I still need to go around and make my how Ares 5 is not SLS and vice versa video. Because I'm really half glad I didn't make it, because I actually made some better connections and comparisons that'll drive it even further home.
Oh.
Namely that if you're going to look for the closest flown relative to the Ares 5, it did fly the closest to it. It's called Delta IV.
Yeah.
Orange rocket, RS-68s, solid rocket motors, cargo only. It's just a smaller Ares 5.
That's true.
According to Aiden, the roll pause is almost over. And to answer your question, it probably will be more gradual and not as intense, especially since they don't need to roll over to stabilize the thrust. No, you don't want Ares 5. I think.
Whoa. Hold on.
Huh?
188 tons to orbit, man. You're gonna have to make a pretty convincing argument as to why we don't want that.
Well, we don't want Ares 5?
Yeah.
Well, for one, it's cargo only. It's not as glorified as SLS. And two, um, the only thing useful about it, as far as I'm aware of, it's slight boost in performance over SLS. And again, slight, which given its bolsterous size of two and a, what is that,
Well,
1.6
hold
meters
on.
thicker.
Define slight.
Now, it's important to note when I say that I'm referring to just the Ares 5 core stage versus the SLS core stage. There is an increase in performance, but for the cost and the size and the requirements from facilities, the benefit is not worth it because SLS with the same Earth departure stage J2X upper stage, you could get almost identical performance with a much smaller vehicle. Just, if you modify SLS to fly the EDS, you could get the same performance because the Ares 5 is, for lack of a better word, it's obese. It's cool, but it's obese, and you could slim it down to get some similar performances from a vehicle like SLS. And
So
okay, here's
how
the real
much
kicker:
TLI capacity would an
75.
SLS with an EDS have?
Yeah, I could also say, I've heard numbers of like 150 billion to develop both vehicles, Ares 5 and Ares 1, assuming it's a
I've
even
heard
50-50
150
split.
just for Ares 5.
I can't remember, but I do remember it was at least 150 million for Constellation was the predicted cost. Splitting it in half, that's 75 billion for Ares 5. And what are we up to? Even in the most gross estimations, like 30 billion for SLS when you include the ground systems and all that.
Yeah, 30
You
billion for
know,
SLS when you include things that literally have never touched SLS.
well, I'm talking about like EGS, exploration ground systems and the modifications of the vehicle assembly building. I mean, I can go on.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm not saying that Ares 5 wasn't a good vehicle. It's just there were better designs, and um, yeah,
I
that's why in my orange paper, especially when I remake it, that they're really the best possible outcome is to have SLS survive in two forms: ultra heavy lift to deep space and ultra high energy launch. Specifically improved ICPS because fun fact, the vehicle that is being rolled to the pad right now, once stacked, will be the highest energy launch vehicle ever built. It can send payloads faster to Pluto, for example, than any other vehicle ever built. Saturn V, yes. I can't say for anyone, but if I remember correctly, it's Carolox anyway, so I don't,
well
I'm
remember
not.
Saturn V's also used hydrogen upper stage with a
It
common
did.
bulkhead too.
Yep, but here's the thing: the dry mass was much higher, so therefore the efficiency was not as good. Ultimately, like I said, I looked at the graphs. SOS is the highest energy vehicle ever launched.
What if you put a Centaur 5 on top of an SLS instead of an ICPS? Would that be even more high energy?
I haven't seen the numbers, but that's also going to be part of my revision to my orange paper is that possibility because if you include something like aces, you basically end up with a starship situation where it's almost infinite. As far as its capabilities, because you could just keep refueling it, and unlike Starship, you don't have an atrocious core stage, so you can send a fully fueled Centaur further and further than you would typically. Would you with what you could with something like Starship. So you can send it further and get more bang out of your buck. So it is an incredible design, and yes, Centaur 5. It's debatable, and the only issue I had initially with suggesting it in the original paper was I'm not sure about the compatibility. I hadn't looked at the size. I hadn't looked at if the engine could fit, if it was a retractable nozzle, whatever. But in hindsight, I think it could.
Oh yeah, Centaur 5, its engines don't extend down too far. Like, you can easily make it, like, honestly, you know how it would actually look fairly similar to the Saturn V's taper. because sure the SLS core stage is a bit thinner than the Saturn V, but the Centaur V is almost proportionally thinner to the S4B. So you'd have a proportionally smaller but nearly identical um, launch vehicle stage adapter to the Saturn V S4B aft interstage. So it would look
Yeah,
pretty similar to that, which is
and
pretty interesting. But it's also exactly fun fact. Centaur V is a little bit. It's almost it's either exactly or almost or just a little bit wider than the Orion spacecraft, which is pretty
but yeah,
interesting.
and that's the big thing is that the nice thing is that if you go, who sounds like an echo chamber bard. Anyway, to answer your question, the biggest benefit from using Centaur 5 is simply that it's already built for payloads. So you could use the existing payload adapter, maybe upgrade it to make it a little bit bigger, but by and large, it's already ready.
And honestly, it would make more sense than using an ICPS because, as I discussed in my Why a Falcon Heavy Can't Replace SLS video, ULA isn't keeping the ICPS around. They're gone. They're done with it in 2024. Once that last Delta 4 Heavy flies, and once that third SLS flies, no more ICPSs or Delta Cryogenic Second Stages are being made. They're going all in on Vulcan. So if you want to use SLS, but you don't want to pay an exorbitant amount of money for an exploration upper stage, because let's be real, those things are probably going to be the most expensive upper stage ever.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I looked at the numbers, and the EUS is actually it's not as good as NASA is touting it to be because pull out the J2X out of retirement, and it could do the same job for roughly the same ISP, a little bit lower. It's not as good, but that's why I say the EOS is like it's trying to be an ICPS and try to be a J2X at the same time, but it fails at both. So instead, if you just had two upper stage variants, you could instead be able to achieve both jobs far more efficiently. So,
Wait, so elaborate more on this. What is NASA touting versus what is actually occurring?
well, it's supposed you hear the proposal with like Europa Clipper. It was supposed to use Block 1B, and that's because it was supposed to be able to be high energy and high payload lifting. Because that's the thing. Once Block 1B comes around, we'll have beaten the Saturn V. We'll have finally have a vehicle with more payload than the Saturn V once 1B rolls out. So it is high energy, high payload, but it's also supposed to be high energy for delivering payloads, say, to Jupiter, to Saturn, etc. But the thing is, you look at the C3 energy that it can give compared to ICPS, and it drops off like 20, 30 kilometers earlier. I can't remember, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's still like a good amount short compared to ICPS. And that's the thing, you look at J2X for power, and it gives you an extra like 10, 15, 20 tons when you just use one. Or, yeah, I think it's one. I think that's the one we ran the numbers on, was with one. It's ridiculous because it's more powerful. Sure, the ISP drops, but your goal is payload over a distance anyway. So the ISP hit is justified.
Hmm.
So that's just what I found.
Do you think there's any chance we could see the J2X return?
Hard to say because ultimately, looking at what I've seen, it's not canceled. J2X is still alive.
It's not
It's
canceled. Does
yes,
it receive any funding?
as far as I'm aware, funding has stalled. Again, it's zero. It's not dead. It's just unfunded. It's all the facilities and everything they need still exist because I'm pretty sure they were using the same A1 stand that we see the RS-25 on. Just change it up a little, modify it again. It's not even a huge modification. It's just swapping out some of the gear to support the turbo pumps and the fuel lines for the J2X. And you're good to go to fly again. And they had like 5 or 6 engines they built. I can't remember exactly, but a small number of them. So they could still use them.
Hmm.
So yeah, there's
And
no
so the J2X program is not canceled. It's just on hold.
exactly.
Now we got to convince Congress that these are the best engines to use.
Yeah,
Time to start
personally, for
lobbying,
a long
boys.
while,
Let's
I
get
thought it
it.
was, yeah, for a long while, I thought it was overrated in that it wasn't as good as it is. But when it comes to payload, once I saw those numbers, I was convinced it is better. And to answer your question, Aiden, why didn't they in the first place? Three reasons. One, RL10, it was expected to be cheaper. Two, you don't have to test and develop a new engine. And three, I think there was issues regarding weight and everything, and they wanted to get a lighter weight upper stage. Not to mention, another thing is RL10 has reliability, and obviously proven history behind it. The J2X doesn't, and they want to have more engines for more reliability.
I mean,
And obviously,
J2X does have a lot of time on the pad, though.
hmm?
J2X does have a lot of hot fire pad on the time. Hot fire time on the
It does
pad,
have a
though.
lot. Yeah, it does. But RL10 has a lot more flight time.
True.
Is running. Oh, according to somebody, the transporter's on the move again.
Could have fooled me. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Imagine if one of those cables got caught on it and we started to see it rotate on the
Oh,
crawler.
don't even joke about that, man. You can't get this close and then just ruin it. No.
If the separation motor just randomly fires. Yeah, that's the reason I'm comfortable joking about that is because I'm just that confident it won't.
I'm not.
They've
And
only had one major, like, stupid moment in the history of the program, and we both know what that was.
which was it?
Dropping the dome.
That wasn't that stupid. It was just a test article.
I mean, I agree. It was obviously very, it had no long-term effect, but it was still a dumb moment.
I mean, and it never happened again. I wouldn't call it a dumb
Exactly.
moment.
That's
I
why I
would I
said
would
it's
only
only dumb
refer to
moment.
that as a dumb moment if it happened again.
Accident dumb, as long as, like you said, I'm okay with dumb only because it proves that we learned from our mistake.
Yep.
And somebody, what'd you say, CDX, a Saturn V with a modern design and modern materials would be a beast. Maybe. I definitely think that Saturn V was also not the best built, personally. I mean, it was good for its time, but...
Well, hold on. What if we do 5 F1Bs, 5 J2Xs, and then a J2X? Come on, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah,
That'd be cool. You'd want to see that. You'd want to see if it would work.
Oh, no, definitely. And here's the big thing is, the Saturn V was actually dangerous. A Saturn V, or say a Saturn VI, that, doing that with all those upgrades would be incredible. It would be high power, high
How was the
reliability,
Saturn V
far
dangerous?
safer.
Tell me how the Saturn V was dangerous. Now you've got me intrigued.
Simply put, this claim boils down to almost entirely the F1s. They're ingenious piece of technology. Incredible feat for what we did. That said, the problems it had and still had even once it was flying with crew were undeniable. Namely, you probably are familiar with the pogo oscillations.
Yes, the
Pogo,
ones that would have killed the crew on Apollo 6, but never killed anybody after that.
yeah, well, you mean the capsule Apollo 6. There was nobody on it.
Right. That's what I said would have killed the crew.
Yes, it was, the problem is, obviously it wasn't solved because it came back up again on Apollo 13. Not only that, but it's just, if there was any amount of significant thrust oscillations, the engine could have exploded. Even though it was solved, quote unquote, with baffles, and they even tested it with explosions, C4 charges in the throat of the engine, and they survived, which is incredible. They still weren't entirely solved. A great enough oscillation or variation in the thrust could have damaged the baffle. Coking of the engine, if the engine was coked with kerosene soot, that could have caused the baffles to fail. There are so many countless issues that could have happened. That's not to say that it couldn't have been. It's not to say that it's not like it's space shuttle unsafe or Starship unsafe, but there's so many issues that if one of those engines went up, bam, the whole rocket would have went up because.
But that's why you have an abort system.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it would have been fatal, but like, and here's the thing: we never saw a launch escape system actually try to outrun a Saturn V explosion because it never happened. Now, that's to say, I'm not saying that it couldn't. I'm just saying that we don't have proof that it could have.
Yeah, we got lucky with the Saturn V. It was a very well behaved rocket. It could have easily gone the way of the N1 had things gone south.
It definitely could have. You know,
I mean, to think the only failure of a Saturn V, technically the only component to ever fail on a Saturn V was a J2 engine.
to be fair, that one failure was blamed on the F1.
It was blamed on the F1, but the F1 did not fail itself. It was two J2s on Apollo 6 and one J2 on Apollo 13. Those were the only things that failed on the rocket.
Including the J2X or the S4B upper stage?
No, it was the middle engine on the S2.
Yeah, but the S4B did fail to reignite.
Which one?
Because Apollo, you got to remember, Apollo 6 was supposed to Artemis 1.
Wait, hold on. You gotta excuse me, Mike. I have messing around with the Saturn V model, and I just lost the S1C. I don't know where it went. There it is. Okay. What were you saying?
What I was saying is that the Apollo 6 was supposed to Artemis 1, but the S4B failed to reignite.
Wait, Apollo 6 was supposed to go to the moon?
Yes.
Now this I have to look up. I have never heard about this.
Yes, like I said, I'm pretty sure it was supposed to either stay in orbit or free return. I can't remember, but point is, it was supposed to go to the moon. It was supposed to do a Zon 4 or whatever it was called.
But in the end, it pretty much just did an EFT-1.
Yeah, because, again, the S4B failed to reignite.
Wikipedia just says to lunar distances. It doesn't say the moon, though. But that's just... Let me continue reading. The flight plan called for following a translunar injection with a direct return aboard using the service module's main engine. Okay, with a total flight time of about 10 hours. So it wasn't going to go to the moon, but it was going to go to the moon and then abort, essentially.
Yeah. Which, would have, that's something that we should also eventually test with Orion because, well, that's kind of important.
That's so crazy how Apollo 4 was such a beautiful success and then Apollo 6 just kind of just crapped its pants.
I feel like it got the Artemis 1 treatment where they had so much riding on it. Let me get what year was Apollo 4?
1967.
1967? What month?
No clue.
Hold on. Don't worry, because this, if I'm correct, this is all because it correlates.
Well, let's make this quick because we've got 6 minutes left in this stream, Mike. And then I'm dead.
Yes, okay,
I'm sleeping.
Apollo 4 was incredibly important for the Apollo program because if it too failed, Apollo would have likely been canceled. Do you know why?
Why?
Like 8 months prior, Apollo 1 happened.
Oh, that's right.
So if a rocket went up and the crew died, both those things happened in succession, there were already people in Congress wanting to cancel Apollo. That would have just been the nail in the coffin. So no doubt NASA was putting every single bit of perfection into that vehicle as they possibly could.
So then now that gets me a bit worried about SLS because SLS is just being pampered like a baby. It's like every single time Congress opens its mouth, it spits money at SLS, which maybe makes a false sense of security.
Which is fair, but here's the difference, and we can go back to. Thankfully, we can literally source the people who hate SLS. They say it's just old hardware. Well, it is. Saturn V was brand new hardware. You know, the engines had
No, no,
flown.
no, 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 no. Saturn V was not completely brand new. The S4B had flown on a different rocket before it flew on the Saturn V.
Yeah, but at that point, you know, we can even still look at like the Saturn One. It was also built off of existing hardware, everything, and not before the Saturn One B. Saturn One was just like SLS, built from entirely existing hardware. Saturn One was pretty successful. So will SLS because it's got a good history behind it. So assume an engine goes out. You know, SLS can still limp. I had a debate with somebody. It can still limp to orbit depending on when the engine goes out. As long as it's not within like the first 60 seconds,
Honestly,
SLS can still complete its mission.
honestly, I would be willing to wager that if only 3 engines even ignite, it can still get to orbit. Because I mean, look, I mean, it's got more thrust in both SRBs than the space shuttle did, and it's got 4 engines, and the space shuttle only had 3. So that you're getting more thrust off the gate, even if you lose an engine. And the space shuttle was able to do 3 engines and 2.8 million pounds of thrust from the SRBs. SLS can do 3.6 and has 4 engines. So if you lose one engine, you're still going to be having more thrust in the space shuttle. So I honestly, I think it from the pad.
Yeah, that's where my discussion went, is that you can make it to orbit. You know, Orion will still make it to orbit, but you won't have enough energy to go to the moon.
Honestly, I might even have to disagree with you with that, because the original plan for SLS only had 3 engines, and I can prove it to you. Let me find the original image from the VAB, the first ever render that they did.
Well, the first ever renders also show it with 5 engines. Just saying.
They do, but some of them showed it with only 3 engines to start out with.
In the straight line configuration?
Yes.
Yeah, I've
But
seen that
it
one.
wasn't straight line like Jupiter Direct. It was like diagonal.
Okay.
Here, let me.
I probably know what you're talking about, though.
I think you do. It's a really, really 90s kind of CGI graphic.
Yeah, and Orion's really picking up speed now.
Oh,
Check
really?
check the shadows on the building.
Oh, you're right. Here, I'm trying to find this image. Oh, she's booking it now. Look at her go.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Orion. She's moving.
Can almost read the United States decal.
Oh yeah.
Clear. I wouldn't even be surprised if we're going to get another cutout here soon.
Yeah, me either. And that's probably where we're gonna cut it. Is the cutout if there is one, because it's almost 2 o'clock now.
Yeah.
Man, I do think we were robbed of a black and white SLS. I really think we should have had that. That would have been so fun.
It would have been cool, but I definitely not worth the penalty, at least not without that 5th engine. However, what we were truly robbed of, and there's no justification other than cost, and at least for Artemis 2 and 3, there's no excuse for them. That there's for those missions, there's no reason why we couldn't have had the swooshes. That, at least a black
We
and
got
white
the
paint.
worms though. We got the worms.
The worm is great, but do you not see the worms on Orion? It's not like this thing has a shortage of worms.
Dude, we need to cover this thing in worms. We need to just the whole thing, turn the whole thing into a worm.
Sticker bomb worms. Oh my gosh, I would pay for that.
Yep, you would. Man, I can't find this image.
And again, are we sure that the LBSA isn't NASA worm? That color. At least it wasn't that color initially. Because if it was, who's to say it isn't just a NASA worm, but it's just overlaid so many times that there is no breakup and it's just one solid color.
Whoa, look at this. Look at the stream. Oh,
It's turning.
we're actually getting right next to it.
It's a shame those nozzles are inert.
I don't think so. It might be a bit dangerous if they weren't inert. Let's just be. I mean, like if that thing fires several, if that thing were live and it went off, several people would be dead instantly.
Well, the launch abort, the big nozzles, those are inert. The
Right.
top one isn't. Those
The
are
top
live.
one isn't inert, but that's not going to kill anyone if it goes off.
Yeah, but the launch abort ones are. There are no motors in there.
Right.
Yeah. And that's what I was referring to when I said that it's a shame. They aren't.
Gotcha. I got you.
Because I still stand by it would have been great, in the extremely unlikely circumstance SLS were to fail, you would get the best possible data for a launch abort system.
Well, honestly, if SLS is going to fail, it's not going to be with the SRBs. There's absolutely no chance the SRBs are going to be the cause of the failure. So it's going to have to occur after the SRBs because look, Challenger happened and NASA never made the same mistake again. They fixed the SRBs. Those things are like rock tight. Nothing's going to happen to them. So it's going to happen after the SRBs go. And after the SRBs go, you're dealing with hydrogen and engines that can be turned off. That's
real. You want to know the real kicker about the SRBs?
What?
You know how I can guarantee it won't happen again? Because Challenger happened on an incredibly, ridiculously cold day in Florida, which is extremely rare. And you know what? It's even more rare and almost nearly impossible now. 2 words:
What?
global warming.
Yeah.
There used to be days it used to hurt.
Global
to
warming
breathe.
is just humanity avenging Challenger.
Yeah, exactly. Making sure it never happens again because, it used to be so cold down here it hurt to breathe. It was literally freezing that day. It was in the zeros Celsius.
Man, imagine getting that cold in Florida.
Yeah, now it's never getting that cold. It's like 50s at best. It's just like, there used to be days when we had to burn orange crops to keep the other orange trees alive. Now, just put a blanket on them. You don't have to do all these extreme measures because it never gets that cold anymore. Never. The quote-unquote winter is like 2 weeks where we get a cold front.
That's funny.
Yeah, so that's...
Uh-oh, has Orion stopped? It looks like Orion stopped again.
They could just be inspecting it and it could start up again.
They could. Any final remarks you would like to tell the people is, Mike?
Go on my stream after this.
All right.
That you're, obviously I want to do this some more, not just these kind of events, even regular streams would be fun.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't really like doing regular streams, only for big occasions like this stuff. But yeah, for sure. Next, we'll do more streams in the future, and you'll be a part of them. But everybody, let me check the chat first. I haven't checked the chat in ages. I've just neglected you guys and kept twisting my Saturn V. So let me look at the chat, and I'll read all of your beautiful comments, and then I'm gonna go sleep.
Yes. Yeah, I looked at that. Orion Eclipse and Moon. I was watching it. It needs ivermectin for those worms. Do we expect SLS to go as fast as the shuttle? As far as I'm aware of, no, because the TWR is lower.
But the ICPS is going to go really fast.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because the only reason I think that's important to note is that my grandfather was alive and he watched the Saturn V go up. So did my dad. They both saw it, and both of them make the same remark. The Saturn V crawled. You could have gone to the bathroom, read a book, and come back, and it was still in the sky crawling up. It was insanely slow. Whereas the space shuttle, they said, they got comfortable waiting for the launch, and it went whoosh and disappeared before it was gone. It was like a race car by comparison to just whoa.
That's SRB power for you, babe.
Yeah, so as to that, I think the TWR is lower than the space shuttle, but definitely faster than the Saturn V, put it that way. And I'm getting my stream right now.
Yeah, SLS is going to have a higher TWR than the Saturn V because it's a smaller vehicle but produces way more thrust, over 1 million pounds of thrust more than the Saturn V. So it's going to have a higher TWR. But actually, if you think about it, the space shuttle did go faster than SLS will. You want to know how I'm going to justify this claim? A little something called Galileo.
They already proved him right on Apollo 16.
They did. And it's the first time they actually brought a dinosaur feather to the moon. But anyway, that's off topic. Galileo was launched on a space shuttle. And the solid rocket motor that launched it to Jupiter could be seen as the third stage of that launch vehicle. Whereas the SRBs were the first stage, the shuttle ET was the second stage, and the third stage was the solid rocket motor. And in that context, that space shuttle flew faster than an SLS.
Which is crazy.
It is. Which also means it's the only example of a reusable rocket sending a payload to another planet. Although Falcon 9 can kind of say it has sent a payload to another celestial body with TESS, because it did launch TESS on an orbit that did intersect the moon at one point. It went into the moon's SOI, but that's the only other instance of a reusable rocket getting anywhere close to another celestial body.
But that's like that one mission where a commercial satellite went to the moon. It didn't technically.
That is correct. It was a ride share where the satellite went to its desired orbit on a Falcon 9, and then the lander separated from the satellite as a secondary payload, and then the lander flew to the moon on its own. So the lander got a ride to a different orbit by the Falcon 9, whereas TESS was actually placed in an orbit by Falcon 9 that would intersect the moon. But it was just a gravity assist. It was just an encounter. I wouldn't say a gravity assist. It was just an encounter. Galileo represents the only time a reusable rocket has sent a payload to another planet or another celestial body, and actually that was the actual intent of the mission. But anyway, I think whoa, it's going fast. Look at how fast this thing's going.
Yeah, now it's definitely getting some speed.
Yeah, now he said, it's time for David to go to sleep. Now we're going to go spew.
Honestly, that's probably what they were hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
Local file. What did I choose?
Hey, chat. Does anyone know how much long? Has NASA said how much longer this thing's going to take at this point? You know.
Image can display. What if I choose game?
Look at how small the cars are compared to this massive spaceship.
I know. I mean, you're that one picture of that one engineer looking up at Orion was literally perfect.
Look at that. It's so beautiful. NASA, get some spotlights on this.
Seriously. I would love to be the dummies, right?
I would love to just be there.
And the cooler thing about Orion is it's so much smoother, it's so much sleeker than Apollo. There's no hard edges.
Oh yeah. Apparently, this actually giving it the ogive as opposed to the conical shape LAS gives SLS an additional 5 tons of payload into orbit.
Which, considering its weight, is actually great.
Oh yeah, it increases the payload by 5 tons due to lessening the aerodynamic pressures on the vehicle. Okay, it is now 2:10 and Orion is completely black. So I think I'm going to call it there for tonight, guys. everybody tell Big Mike thank you so much for joining us, and thank all of you guys in the chat for joining as well. Mike, big thank you for Big Mike. If I was more than 12% awake right now, I could give you guys a better outro. So instead, I'm just gonna give you guys a funny joke about something. I'm sure I'll think of it in a couple seconds. And then I'll click end of the stream right after I make the joke, and you won't have time to process what I said. Let's see. What's my final words gonna be? Mike, do you want to say any final words?
Banana, lemon.
Excellent. What are my final words going to be? Cartago de est. There we go.
Perfect.
Hey, perfect timing too. They cut the stream right after I stopped. Oh wait. I didn't stop streaming. I just clicked start recording.